Just as I decide to start, this comes on. Who put this on? I don't know. Somebody's to blame for this atrocity. Andy Magic Knight. God damn you. Okay, let's see who we've got here. Mr. G, Power 7, Old School Coda, Andy Magic Knight, Licorice, Retro Steve, Mad Beagle, CB Meeks. Oh god, you guys don't have to get the raffles going when you start now. Meadolf, sorry. Duxter Me, Spacey NZ. Good way to start, yeah. Literally as soon as I turn the thing on. Getting it out of the way. Well, yeah, I guess. Russell Mills, hi. I think that's everybody. Keep scrolling down to the bottom. Greg Twice, well, welcome. Oh, Jesus Christ. It hurts my ears, this song. Spooky64, welcome. Grey Defender as well, welcome. Everybody's here tonight. Crazy UK as well. Welcome, guys. It should be banned, shouldn't it? It should be banned. It really should. Okay. So I'm going to drink some wine tonight. So I'm back on the white for tonight. I've got a bottle of red for tomorrow. But we're going to drink the Ned, which is a nice New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc that I like. Okay, I'll accept that apology as soon as you paid 100 bits to apologise. Thank you very much for the bits. It is the stream theme. That and Isengard are the stream themes. Smack the volume. Oops, sorry, I hit my mic there. Okay, do need a little bit of cooling. It's a little bit warm in here at the moment. Just got low though. Do. It's growing on you. Yeah, like a virus. Ned Flanders Blanc. Yeah, it's really nice. This it's probably the nicest Sauvignon Blanc I've had for a while. Very cheap one anyway. I think it's only like £10 a bottle or something, which, considering I'm ordering it online, it's fairly cheap. So it'll be finished before I start. No, I've not really done a lot today. I've spent most of the day kind of playing a bit of Mario 64 on the Switch, which is, it's okay. I mean, it's just Mario 64. They haven't done anything special to it. It's in high resolution, which is nice. It's normally when you play Mario 64 and anything but a Nintendo 64, the text is almost illegible. So it's kind of nice that they've spruced it up a little bit, but they haven't really added anything. It's a different version, so I think it's got like a handful of new things in it, but nothing amazing. But I just love the game, so I've been playing that today, and I started working on my quiz stuff. Not the code, just preparing the material for it. I can't really go into too much detail about it, but I've basically been working through a list of 30,000 Commodore games in alphabetical order, and just trying to pick 30 or so from each letter of the alphabet. 30 or 40 from each letter of the alphabet that are well known enough that they'll work well in the quiz. And it's a slow process. It's a very slow process. There's a lot of jank in that list, and a lot of games which are kind of reskins of existing games. Like the number of Last Ninja games I've seen in there is unbelievable. Like there's one called Beauty and the Beast, which is a Last Ninja reskin, which surprised me. I might request that on one of Hazy's streams at some point. And also Boulder Dash as well. There's so many versions of Boulder Dash, it's crazy. It's probably the most reskinned game actually in the entire list. There's easily 400 or 500 versions of Boulder Dash in that list. All right, So what I wanted to do tonight was start looking at level persistence, like screen persistence. So we touched on it a little bit yesterday. Let me open this here. So this is the kind of the code that runs at screen 6, which in our map is was there a pattern there? There's lots of Pac-Mans in there as well. I've only done A to F at the moment, so I've still got quite a long way to go. But there are a lot of different versions of Pac-Man as well. Most of them not called Pac-Man. Like there's Snack Man as well. I think I saw at one point, and Food Man or something like that. So this is our screen 6, I believe. And this is the code that runs it. It's just sets up the multiplexer with the sprites that we need, and sets up the animations for things. So the way this is going to work is a lot of these bits of code, like this animation here, is probably just going to be this block, and then a function call, which is going to, you're just going to set up a pointer to here, and then call an animate function, because I want to share as much code as I can between these screens, because these are gonna, there's about 16k free to do the screen stuff, and we can leak over into other code into other areas if we want. There's about another 18 kilobytes free elsewhere. But I want to try and keep all the screens in that location, so I'm going to move some of the repetitive code, like animation, setting up the multiplexer, into into that 18k free that's elsewhere. So that's what I'm going to do with that. And then what I'm going to do is for every level, so we went through how the materials work yesterday. So for every, sorry, not level, screen, any object that you can destroy will have a 1 material in the top corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the map parser to output this screen location. So I might do it with X and Y. I might do it with screen location. I'm not entirely sure yet, but either way, it's going to, we'll have a look in a minute what's easier. Either way, that's going to be 2 bytes which define this is a destroyable object, and then there's going to be 2 more bytes. So it's going to be like this. In fact, I'm going to put a little legend here, a little comment here. So it's going to be X, Y, or LSB, MSB screen locations. It's going to be bytes 0 to 1. Then byte 2 is going to be hit points, and then byte 3 is going to be additional info. So additional info will be things like for these, what power-ups are inside them. So we can define individual power-ups depending on the screen. I'm going to try and automate most of this, but there may be some things I need to come up with a system for. Because while I can definitely automate the first 3, this additional info, I might have to manually go in or find a way to do it in Charpad. I'm not entirely sure yet. So thanks for the hosts, Sinlo. Welcome to the stream, dude. So tonight what we're going to do is we're going to do the persistence. I also want to check, which is something I can probably do. Let me just check it now. I want to make sure that if you shoot something, taste, that'll do it. If there's any screen shake, because we can always do the screen shake now as well. So I want to see what happens when this explodes. Does it do a screen shake? Okay, no screen shake on that, although I did see a sprite animation as well. Oh, I think I saw a sprite animation. Hang on, let me slow this down. Yeah, there is a little sprite animation as well, so we need to apply that as well to the block. So that's probably going to be quite a bit to do tonight. Laser is something I want to approach at some points fairly soon. See, those have got explosion graphics as well on them. Probably won't be that big, though. That maybe I don't have sprite double size and double width in the multiplexer yet. I'd like to try and avoid it if possible, because it's going to slow the multiplexer down doing that. But if I have to, I can put it in. Okay, so right, let's have a look at that then. So what we're going to do, we will put the screen shake in. I don't know if the screen shake actually happens on non-enemy objects. So does it happen on these? I don't think it does. It's only on enemies, I think. Yeah, it's only on enemies, but we can add it in, so we can just trigger it at any point. Okay. I need you back. My team's activities quadrupled in the last week. Everyone waited for you to leave. Have you been dealing with all the stuff that I was dealing with? Yeah, so it is just enemies that explode cause the screen to shake. So these objects don't. So that's fine. It's easy to do. Okay. I think it counts as 2 hits. I don't think it gives you a wider range. It certainly won't in our version. And if you look, the bullets never spread out. They're always together. However, later on there is I don't know if it's going to show it in here. Probably not. There is a laser that you can pick up, and that does have a spread shot on it. So that's going to have to. See, this is the laser now that he's got. But he's only got the 1-shot laser at the moment. But there is like a triple shot laser that you can get. So later on, we're going to have to implement it like that. And there's a few little things that after discussing with Andy about how to do this, it's there's certain things we're just going to have to do a little bit differently. So one of them is the scores in these diamonds. So these diamonds move towards you as you get closer to them. That's not going to happen. They're just going to be static. And they seem to build up this X value up here. I'm still not entirely sure what this does. I think it's a score multiplier, but I don't know. So we shall see. Oh, God, Linus, piss off. Anyway. Mostly GitLab store projects to get pages, some modifications in the hand glove project, which the hand. Oh, I have no clue where to deploy it from after it builds. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I got away just as they were changing that over. I mean, this is what I'm trying to think how many times they've changed systems like that. They've changed three or four times in the last few years while I've been there. Build systems and source control systems. So I'm kind of glad I've avoided it again. It was getting a bit annoying, to be honest. Okay. Going to be spectacular if you can get near to this. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be a cut down version, and we've seen that with the particles. So let's just run it again. I just want to see it again because I was quite pleased with last night's progress. It was pretty decent. Obviously the particles have had to be toned down because we can't get that kind of insane with the particles, but there's a lot of things in it that look kind of impossible, but we should be able to do quite easily. Did you take out the big spiked mines like on screen 3? What do you mean? The spiked mines aren't in there yet, but they will be put in. They're not going to get taken out. They are going to go in. So so you mean down here? In here, there's some spike mines. They're not in here now, but there will be. This thing here, you mean? Yeah, that will still be in. So the annoying thing with these is there are 2 kinds of these. Well, 2 sizes of these. There is one that's about 21 by 21 pixels, perfect for a sprite. and then there's one which is 16 by 16, which is perfect for a character-based solution. But basically what happens with them is when you get close enough, or when you destroy them, they explode and they give off spikes in every direction. Those spikes will just be characters. So we'll just use the same system we're using for the bullets to do that, except it will be enemy bullets instead of player bullets. So there would be a different system for what we're going to call enemy bullets. And there's a few things that have enemy bullets. So see, so there's these things down here which do, but I have a feeling these might be sprites. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure how best to do these because of the direction they're moving in. Well, I'll have to see on those, but so these will be characters, but as they explode, the bits that come off them will be characters as well. The lasers will mostly be characters, but there will be some cases where they're sprites. Sorry, the force field things. These will obviously be sprites. So it's just a matter about going through each screen one at a time and working out what needs to be sprites and what can be done with characters. If we can do it with characters, we should do it with characters. I meant to ask, what are all the material bits going to be set for? I just need to read this. Okay. I meant to ask, what are all the material bits going to be set for? So, and cheers, Meadolf. Thanks for the 64 bits, dude. All goes towards this wine. It's great. The material bits. Okay, so at the moment I'm using the first 8. Well, actually the first 9, because 0 is just the default that everything has. But these first 8 are going to define. Oops, why has that done that? Oh, because I did it there. The numbers 1 to 8 are going to define this shape basically. So you can see here 1, 3, 4, and 5 are the corners. So whenever you've got a shape like this, so they're used for kind of spawning the particles, basically. I prefer your scroll. The original is a bit jarring. The original has some easing on it, which, while I could have probably done it, it would have complicated the system quite heavily, and it made more sense to just do a simple scroll like this, and it still looks pretty decent. Cosmin, oh my god. The red and white one sprites, yeah. So generally, if it's something flashing red and white, it will be sprites, with the exception of static things. So on find a screen with it on. Yeah, so on this screen, for instance, these things here will stay as characters. They'll just have a behavior which flashes their color red and white all the time. So yeah, the particles on the explosion. So the materials here, depending on the number that's there, it defines where the particles, what pattern the particles spawn in, and which directions they fling off at. So they're used to create the ring. So it's so we can create a basic shape of the object that we're killing, and then make sure that the particles disperse in the right pattern. All right, let's crack on with this then. It's enough chatting. Let's have a go. Right, so let's just close these down. Yeah, so these here basically will flash red when you get close, but it will be all done in characters. Who Des Wins on a Romanian ZX Spectrum code. Yeah, Who Des Wins was good. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm not too fussed about refactoring this code out yet. That's something I'm going to do as we approach the limits of, if I notice I'm reusing code, like the animation thing will probably be refactored fairly early on, this kind of thing. But stuff like this, I'm not too fussed about just yet. It's kind of nice having it in here, like in its entirety. But these things here, I definitely want to implement. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by just trimming this first screen down a little bit. because I filled it in with some crap yesterday just to fill it out a bit, really. And we're going to set the values manually for these. Well, it's 5 objects on this screen. Eventually, this will be done by the editor script, the charpad script that I've written. But for now, I'll just do it manually. So I think we'll start by just doing it as X and Y, and then we can adjust it if we need to. In fact, let's, rather than just commit straight to that, let's go and have a look at the destroyable. So this will happen basically whenever you get to this point here. So really, I think it's the screen location we want here, because actually screen point and Y. So it's a combination of these two, actually. So I wonder at this point is destroy X and destroy Y, because it could be these two values. No, because it's hit piece here. Okay. So this is actually plot the bank. So it would be before this, actually. It would be at this point now. We found the top corner. So here is where we would do the persistence. So I'm going to create a function in here. I'm going to call it reduce hit points. And it's going to be down to this routine to call the rest here. So it's just going to sit, leave. Actually, I'll move the particle patterns up to the top. Okay, so this is what we're going to call, as soon as we found the top corner, which is what this is doing, then we should have X and Y, destroy X and destroy Y. So we can use those values down here. I'll just put an RTS in here for now. So that means in here it will be X and Y. So that's good. It makes it nice and easy. It definitely makes it a lot easier to convert. It means we don't have to worry if we move screen RAM around. Not that we will, but just in case we do. I love this tune. What is it? RoboCop. It's like an awesome guitar solo, that first bit. It's great. Okay, so let's take a look at the X and Y values here. Okay, so bear in mind the screens are 24 high, so I need to, and this is one screen down, so I need to take 24 off the Y values. So this is 420, 620. Okay, so let's do these in blocks then. So 420. So there needs to be 5 objects in here. So this would be 620. And we'll terminate with FF, because that's a nice easy one, because these values will never be negative. So if I just put FF as the end marker, I can just read the value. If it's minus, we've got to the end of the list then. Your move, creep, yeah. Not 20, that's 20, okay. So 820 and A20. And then there's one more, which is this thing over here. To check that's right, 1020, yeah. So this is 2620. Okay, so this is 1A20, like that. Okay, then in terms of hit points, I don't know what the hit points are for these. So I'm going to make a guess based on the video, because I'm going to slow the video down and just watch him explode things on the first screen, I guess. On this one here. So let me just slow it right down. I'm just going to count how many shots it does. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10. That sounds like that's the sort of value you'd pick for that. Okay, so 10 hit points. Okay, so The only one with hit points at the moment is this one. I don't know what the hit points are for the other one, so I'm just going to put them to 1 so we can test out the routine. And then in terms of additional info, there's no additional info in here, and there's whatever this is going to be. This is going to be power up 1. But we can make this flexible. This could be used for all sorts of things, but we're going to use it here for the power up type. So we know when we destroy the object, if it has this value in it, then we need to spawn a power up at that location as well. So, but we'll do this. We'll do this towards the end of this. I think I will put a power up in tonight if I can, because it'd be good to start thinking about the weapon systems as well. At least the basics anyway, the ability to change between different weapon systems, and weapon speeds and things like that. But for now, we'll just deal with this. Okay, so that means we also need to have this persistence in the other screens as well. So the very basic one is going to be persistence with just by FF. That means there's nothing on this screen. It's going to go and check this list, and there's nothing on this screen. This is the default for a very empty screen. If there's nothing on the screen, this is the screen that it's going to use. And you can see that in our one, in this one here. So these are our screen vectors. These point to the code that runs for each screen. I've arranged them into rows as well. So this is row, second row, first screen is screen 6, screen 7. Everything that's not got anything active on it will be screen 0. And then that way we can reuse code if we need to reuse code, which won't be all that often, but for instance, screen 0, definitely. I'm drinking wine and some of this is beginning to make sense. Good. I've had a bit of a headache today, so I'm not entirely sure I should be drinking wine, but my thinking is if I drink enough, it won't matter, which I'm going to stick with. Okay, I am going to copy this data like this actually into screen 0, because this is kind of our basis here. This is what we start with, so it's handy to have these values in here so I know what I'm looking at. So this is a basic screen, and this just means if you're on one of these screens and you shoot something destroyable, it's not going to show up in here. It's not going to do anything at all. Screen 7 is the next screen, and screen 7 also doesn't have anything in it. So I'm just going to copy that from here. And there you go. That's the second one. So the two screens that we've got stuff set up for will now allow us to record where we're destroying things. Now, currently we can destroy things on every screen that has destroyable objects on. But once this code goes in, we should only be able to destroy things that actually have hit points in here. Okay, so how do we go about doing that? Okay, so let's have a look at the load of stuff. So there's these two kind of values here, and these are written by the init code that happens when we enter the screen. So what we probably need to do here is find a way to use that init code to also mark where that persistence data is. So the init code is in here somewhere. Init screen, here we go. So you can see here, this is where it's adding those codes. So this is our exit vector. Update vector. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use probably use 0 page actually for this. I don't see any reason not to use 0 page, and I can use the this area here, because if you exit a screen and you load kernel in which destroys this area, then you can't shoot anything anyway. So I think it's safe to put it in here. So so I'm going to create a thing called persistence in here. and I'm going to call it persistence lookup. And this is going to be a word. So all we're going to do is when we enter a screen and we set these variables up, we're also going to set up the persistence vector as well. And this just means that we don't have to do this calculation every time. Otherwise, we'd have to perform this every time we did a check. And all the persistence vector is the screen lookup +9. See here, +9. So it's +3 for an update, +6 for an exit, +9 for the persistence table. If we need to add more stuff in here, then this will obviously change from +9 to something else, which is a good reason, another good reason to have it all in one place like this. So you can just update this table at some point. Could even do these with constants, but I don't think it's that necessary. It's kind of, I know what's going on in here. It's obvious enough for me to do this. So there's a trick with this game is going to be doing as much as we can in that 10 to 15 frames while the screen is paused between transitions and while the screen is scrolling in. If you can set up as much as you can in that time, then all you're having to really do is very quick kind of loops using zero-page lookups and stuff later on, which is ideal, really. That's what we want to do, because some of the stuff later on is going to be quite heavy on the processor. So I need to keep that as kind of light as possible right now. Okay, so with that done, we've got persistence data. We've got a way of finding that persistence data down here. So we can start looking at the destroyable reduce hit points thing. So destroyable reduce hit points. What does this need to do? Okay, so first of all, we need to make sure that we're okay to mess with other values here. And it looks like Y is being used here. So we should probably, I don't think X is being used. It's not, looking at this. So I am actually going to store the Y somewhere here. Can I store that in gtemp? So I'm just going to do it like that rather than use the stack. I want this to be fairly efficient, so I should probably go through and check any stack values like that at some point and do a similar thing, but I don't think we're using them anywhere else in here. We do have some jump to subroutines, which would be good if we could get rid of those, but I'm not sure there's an easy way to do that, because that can be 12 cycles, the jump and the return. But it's only when you hit a piece, so it's not too bad. But again, for now, it's not. We've not got performance issues. If we get performance issues, we can come back and take a look at those. But right now, not a problem. So, pardon me. Exactly, alcohol will make the headache not matter tonight. The hair of dog will fix you up in the morning. Yeah. All I've got to do is get through tomorrow till about 9 o'clock, and then I can be on the red wine again. So, and I'll make sure I have 2 paracetamol and a pint of water before I go to bed tonight, just to help with the dehydration and the headache in the morning. That's my usual technique for combating hangover anyway. Pint of water, 2 paracetamol before you go to bed. Doesn't always work, but a lot of the time it does, which is nice. Some people say eat a banana before you go to bed as well, but seriously? Have you ever tried to eat a banana when you're pissed out your brains? It's horrible. It's not a good idea. Okay, right, so we're going to load the Y with 0. So we are going to look up values in the persistence lookup table. Now, it's 4 bytes per object, which means we're limited with this system to 64 destroyable objects on the page. Now, I don't think there's any serious issue with that. There might be one screen later on which could be a problem. I don't think it's been mapped in here. Let's just have a look. No, it's not been mapped in here. But there is one screen a little bit later on which could potentially be a problem. But again, we might be able to cut those things down. It is a lot, and it's not that difficult to get through. It's just kind of, it's one of the last screens. It's just got lots and lots of mines and objects on it. So, but I think we can probably reduce the count down to 64 just to deal with this. Actually, it would be 63 because of the FF at the end. Okay, so this is going to be our loop. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go through and we're going to check the values that we get against destroy X and destroy Y. And if we get a hit on those values, then we will reduce the hit points for those things. And then what we're going to do is, where's the, not remove item. No, it is remove item. Here, if the carry is clear, in other words, if we can, if the object needs clearing, the carry will be whether or not the object should be removed or not. Clear will mean clear the object. Set will mean leave the object. That's how we'll do it. So if the carry is clear, then we're going to jump to here, which is going to remove the object. Otherwise, we just exit. Hey, Amok. So Cecconoid will be ready next week. I wouldn't say that soon, but I'm really enjoying this. The technical challenge in this game are really cool, and it's giving me a lot more motivation. This is exactly the game I needed, I think, to get me motivated again. And I found actually since I started doing this that my motivation to solve some of the issues in the Saturday stream in Pick and Mix has been a bit more. You'll notice I've not really streamed any games after the stream for a while. It's because I'm kind of in the zone now with it all. Which is good. It's a good place to be. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Amok. Good to see you. Okay, right. So with that in mind, what we need to do is we need to look up a value from our persistence lookup, which is a pointer into our screen here. So this, whatever screen you're on, it's going to point to the beginning of this array of data, basically, this table of data. So at the moment it's got on screen 6, it's going to point to this one. On other screens, it's going to point to FF because this screen 6 is the only one that has these data in. So cheers for the resub, Cakepocalypse. Welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, so we're going to look that value up, and then it's really simple. If that value is minus, hey, we've hit FF, and then we jump to exit. It means we've not found anything. And exit will set the carry flag and then exit. So we're setting the carry flag because don't remove anything. So we'll call this exit without removing. Exit and remove will be here. It's probably a better way of doing this, but this will be fine, I think, for now. It's only four bytes, so. Okay. If that value is not FF, then what we've got in the accumulator is X. So the next thing we need to do now is we need to compare that against destroy X. And this will be skip. If it is the same, then we're going to do the next check. If it's not the same, if it's not equal, we're going to jump to skip. Okay, what I need to do here is change this ever so slightly. So because I can end up here from a few different places. So in this case, I would need to increase Y 4 times. So I'm going to call that skip 4. So this is going to skip 4 bytes, basically, and move on to the next object. So in that case, we now look at persistence lookup, comma Y, but we do an increase Y here. And we compare this to destroy Y. So looking at this, hang on, this is 8 cycles on 4 bytes. So if I was to do this by transferring it to the accumulator, that would be 2. Transferring it back would be another 2. Clearing the carry bit would be 2. And adding would be 2. So actually this is the same. If it had been more than 4, I wouldn't have bothered, but this is fine. So now we're comparing against destroy Y. Now this time, if it's not equal, we're going to jump to skip 3. And the reason we jump to skip 3 is because we've already done an increase Y here. Otherwise, at this point, we found a match. So if we found a match, then basically we've kind of finished. And we can really just kind of jump to. Actually, we can do the match in here. Okay, so we'll increase Y again. Now, I'm pretty sure this command doesn't exist, but I'm gonna have a look anyway. Opcode, which is decrease 0 page value indirectly indexed with Y. I don't think it exists, but I'm gonna check because you never know. Decrease. I don't think it does. Decrease. No, it doesn't. Okay, so the easiest way to do this then in that case is to load the value. So this next value is the hit points. So let me just put these in here. So this is X, Y, hit points. I'm going to subtract 1. And if that's equal to 0, if that's equal to 0, then we'll carry on. If it's not equal to 0, so we need to store it as well. There we go. And if that's not equal to 0, then we're just going to go to exit without removing. We don't need to check anything else because we found a match. So we just go to exit without removing. However, if it is 0, then we can jump to, actually this can be branch if equal here, exit and remove. That simple. So now what we should get is when we run this, which I need to save this map here. When we run this now, the small crates on the first screen should die in 1 hit. The big capsule should die in 10 hits. And anything else on other screens won't die at all. So should expect these to die in 1 hit, but they're not. Okay. Interesting. And that's not hitting either. Okay, so let's do some checking in here. Let's where's it gone? Here it is. Let's move some of these screens down here. Uploader can go over there. Okay, so we found a match here. So let's just increase the border color when we find a match. That's a very quick way of testing this. Okay, so it's not finding a match at all here. So that's our problem. It's definitely hitting them because the decal's not happening, and the decal only happens if you're not hitting the destroyable object. But we're not seeing that persistent value there at all. So let's put a breakpoint in here and have a look at the values that we're checking against in X and destroy Y here. Hey Steps, how's things? We're doing some hit point and persistence. So we're going to start by adding hit points to the objects. Then once we've got hit points, we can use a hit point of 0 to mean don't display the object. So okay, so right, so let me disassemble this. So we're looking at Destroy X. So Destroy X is 9C. So I've hit it at this point here, but what we're really looking for is for Destroy X and Destroy Y to be in that corner there. So I apologize that the disassembler is hard to look at. Okay, so with the values 1A15 here, and in here it's 1A14, which could just be because Destroy X is not being adjusted quite correctly. So let's have a look. So this is what we do. We try and find it here. So we've got a value in Destroy X and Destroy Y, and we're trying to get it into the top corner. So if we hit the top corner, then it says go to found, and that should be fine. So let's just see, actually, if I hit it in the top corner, is that the value I get? Okay, so let those come out. So I'm going to try and hit it over this side now. So there you go. I've hit it in the top corner now. So if I look at that value, it's still 1A15. So let me just double check that I've actually got this right in my head. I maybe made a mistake in my head. This is why having it automated is going to be a lot easier than doing it this way. Okay, so that's 26 across, 44 down, which is 1A. It's not... Okay, I don't know why it's one more than it should be. Oh no, that's Y, isn't it? So it's Y. Y is one more. Okay, so just check that. So Y 44, which from here is right 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 is 1, 3. Hang on, that doesn't make any sense. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, 20. Ah, because it's one extra row. It's one extra row, so... I wonder who that could be. Hey, Hayes, welcome to the stream, dude. What's going on? Just some Cecconoid streaming. I've really kind of got the feel for this game at the moment. Okay, Y should be +1. +1 because screen row 0 is HUD. So screen actually starts at +1. So that's why that's like that. So hopefully now this should be okay. Let me turn the brake off here and turn that off here. I think this is going to work now. Yeah, this game has really kind of got me in the mood for kind of coding a lot, and I'm definitely getting more done when I'm on stream. So this is why I'm streaming when I can, just to kind of get as much done as possible. And certainly when the Mega 65 comes out, I'm going to add at least one more game to the mix. So it's likely these slightly more random streams will happen as we move into November as well. Mega 65 I'm really looking forward to. I can't wait to do the stream for that. It's just going to be so cool. Okay, so let's try now. So hopefully, there you go. So one shot for these. And this one will take 10 shots. Now, at the moment, the weapon is a double weapon, but it's all weapons are the same as far as the code is concerned at the moment. Isn't Mega 65 supposed to be backwards compatible with C64 games? To a certain extent, yes. So there's some things that won't work on the C65, and that those are things that use illegal instructions, for one, because I don't think the illegal instructions are implemented, and the 65C02 or the 4510, whatever it's using, I think it's 4510. It's based on 65C02. has no illegal instructions like the Commodore does. So there is a Commodore Core as well. So the Commodore Core will obviously run 64 things, C64 things fairly decently, but again, it's not, as SP175 says, it's to a degree. Getting 100% kind of compatibility is difficult. Cheers, Doc. I'll do my best. Thank you. Thanks for the bits, Doc. Wow, again, it's an hour before somebody noticed the races weren't on, so there you go. Yeah, there will be plenty of games that do work. I think with the illegal opcodes, if you run it in C64 mode, it'll be fine. But you'd be surprised. I think there will be some games, especially like 16K games, like old 16K games, that will just work in Mega 65 mode. Because the memory mappings that they've set up are very, very similar to the original Commodore 64. So um, I think some stuff might just work. You think so? Check queued SID names. I can't see them actually. What did I say? You think so? What? Cobra Operation Wolf. Race, human race. I see. I can't wait anyway. It's going to be interesting. I've tried deliberately not to look too much into it, so I'm trying to leave as much as a surprise. I've looked into the specs, so I can hit the ground running a little bit. But other than that, I've not really looked into it too much. Oh yeah, I haven't added points as well. It's a good job I didn't, because if I'd already done it. There you go. So just a little background on the little quiz that I'm going to do. In fact, I might as well tell you what it's going to be, because it's not going to make any difference either way. So what I've got is 30,000 screenshots of C64 games, and I'm trying to trim them down to around about 1,000 screenshots, because I realize if I just put all of those games in, nobody's going to know what they are. So I'm trying to get about 1,000 screenshots of various games, and then what I'm going to do is, before every race, there's going to be a screenshot challenge. So before the race comes up, there'll be a screenshot challenge that pops up, and basically you'll see a screenshot, and it'll be blurred or pixelated, and then slowly it will become unpixelated until it's perfectly clear. And whoever names the game first gets 5,000 shimmer shillings. And that's the kind of aim anyway. Or I might do 10,000 actually. It doesn't really matter. Everybody's the kind of market's so inflated. Let's say the market, the kind of points are so inflated at the moment. I don't think it's going to matter too much. But it's a way of giving people a bit of chance before the race to have something to spend on the race. So that's not fair. Why is that not fair? Oh, because you're lag. I just realised, yeah. You'll just have to get really good. You'll just have to get very, very good. Each the big, oh God's sake, Hayes, no, it won't be like that at all. No, there won't be. It will be free to enter. You just guess, but you only get one guess. But it's like I say, I think it will be very difficult to Google it, because how do you Google? How do you Google? I mean, you can Google image search, but it's going to be difficult, I think. So what my challenge has been today to go through that list of 30,000, pick out 1,000 games that don't just give the game away straight away. There are so many games that just have the title of the game in the HUD or somewhere, so you can't use them. But I'm also trying to make sure that I pick. So, for instance, one of the games in there is Arkanoid and Arkanoid 2. So, and you're gonna have to name the right one. If you just put Arkanoid when it's Arkanoid 2, then you're not going to get it. So I've been a bit sneaky with things like that. All right, let's just try this out. So hopefully this should take 10 shots now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. Okay, so now we've got hit points. So I'm going to take a quick break. And then when I come back, we're going to do the other bit, which is when I go off the screen and I come back, these items should disappear. So that's a whole different section that we need to do. Should be pretty easy to do, but I need to do it when I come back. So, all right, back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. Oh God, I wish you wouldn't read out the bloody yeah. Oh, sha la 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 la. No, all right. Thanks for the bits, Hayes. I think the TTS woman is having a stroke. See, now they're not dying. Will eventually. If I do this, it will eventually die because it's just looped all the way around now. But it's going to take quite a lot of hits, I think. But it will eventually disappear. All right, but it's taking forever, so I'm not going to. Anyway, right, persistence. So persistence basically means that when we load the level from cartridge, so during this pause here, just before the level starts scrolling in, we need to clear the level of any of these objects that have been destroyed. So that means we need to go through the persistence list and remove those. So we'll do this in the destroyable thing again in here, and we'll call this remove. We'll do it. We'll call it persistence remove. And this function is going to be called once when the level is loaded in. So if we look at map loader here, it's going to be way before the init. It's as soon as the cartridge stuff is done, basically, which is here. So this is destroyable dot persistence remove. And all this function needs to do basically is it needs to go through the list, same as it is doing here, and find anything that's got no hit points. So I'm just going to copy this loop as it stands and we'll strip it down. Okay, so the way we need to do this is we're going to start with yeah, we can do it like this. Okay, so we'll use destroy X and destroy Y because they haven't been set at this point, and it's perfectly valid to use them at this point. So we'll use these as our values, and we're basically just going to load in the value for X and store it. And then we're going to load in the value for Y and store it. And now we need to check the hit points. So we're going to load this value, and if this value is not equal to 0, then we're going to jump to skip. Skip is going to be this one, and this can just, is that correct? Increase Y. So we're on 2, we're on 3, on 4, 5. Okay, so it'd be 2 increases like so, and then we jump to loop again. We also need to do our check here as well. If it's minus, we jump to exit. Okay, which means at this point here is where we found a match. And found a match that needs removing. Now, this is a little bit different to what we were doing up here because it isn't on the screen yet. It's only in memory. So 7800 is our screen data, and 7C100 is collision data. And we're going to use the collision data in the same way that we did for working out the size of things, to work out whether it's 4 pieces that need removing or actually, can we do that? We might be able to do that with persistence data in here. Actually, yes, that's going to be the safest way to do it. So additional info. Okay, so if the value is 0, it's a 2x2 block. Otherwise, it's got a power up, in which case it's a 4x2 block. So we can use that last value here to work that out. So coming back into here, so we'll call it skip 2 and skip 1. So this is skip 2, and then skip 1 will be if when we finished here. So at the end of here, it'll be skip 1. Okay. So we can grab the value from here, which is the additional info. This will tell us whether we need to remove 1 or we need to remove 2 blocks of 2x2. So actually we don't need this collision data here, which is going to be nice and easy. Okay, so we can keep using these values here, but I am gonna relabel them in here just so that they're easy to read. So we're going to use decal X for this. So remove type, I'll call this. We'll use decal X for this. Let's catch up with the chat a little bit. Okay, nothing of interest. Oh dear, Hayes. Okay, so we don't need collision data here. So one thing we do need to do is we need to reduce the value in destroy Y at this point. The reason we need to reduce this value is because the screen data is does it always convert videos to 30? Yeah, you've got to use 30 frames per second on there. It's really annoying because it's hard to tell when like I did that tweet 3 times last night and deleted it and redid it. And on the third time I just thought I'll leave it, and after a while it actually smoothed out, so it looked a bit better. But shame it can't be 20. Yeah, it wouldn't matter because the I'm grabbing the recording from OBS anyway, which is going to record at 60. And even if you set OBS to record at 50, it's not going to be in sync because it's not exactly 50. It's like 49.97 or something crazy like that. It's not spot on 50. It's just slightly less or slightly more. I can't remember exactly, but it's close, but it's not exactly right. So. Skate or Die intro. Is that not what it did? You've both queued it. Which codec am I using for the video on Google Drive? I'm using the setting that I've set up in Shotcut. I think it's the default MP4 setting, but it's still. I think I did some tweaks on the bit rates and stuff to get it right. OBS is set to 50 FPS exactly. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I mean, even if you were to play like Creatures on 50 frames per second on OBS, you'd still get a desync between the color flickering that happens. So it might improve it slightly, but you're still going to get that desync. So videos are so nice and small in size. Yeah, so I tried the same settings in Adobe Premiere, and they were like 10 times the size. So the setting that I found in Shotcut it's faster than Adobe Premiere, produces the same quality as Adobe Premiere, but the file size is really tiny. So that's why I like Shotcut. It's just a much better one, I think. All right, so we're going to decrease destroy Y so that we go one screen up. The reason being is because the actual screen when it's drawn is drawn one position down, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're checking up here. But the data in memory before it gets drawn to the screen is drawn at 7800 as well. So let me scroll down. I'm missing some stuff here. If you make recordings at the same time, those are perfect. I've not had that experience. I found that it still flickers on the CC2. I think there is a slight difference in the sync rate between the two. I don't know if it's a Vice thing. I don't know if it's probably no. Okay, so here's the thing. If you were to do it on real hardware through OBS, then it'd probably be fine. But I'm not running it on real hardware when I test it. I'm running it on Vice. So real hardware probably would look all right. Certainly when I've filmed it, when I've filmed real hardware, it looks fine. But when I try and stream through Vice, and it's just not having it at all. Yeah, and I have my display at 144, so it's not even at 6 intervals of 60. It's at a weird interval. Okay, right. So I now know from the X and Y what the value is. So I'm going to need a table here. So I'm going to look up tables. We have a map lookup table already, so this is great. We can use this, and I'm going to use. I'll use collision point, I think. Oh, actually, no, we've got persistence lookup here. So I use collision point here. So I need to load the accumulator with tables dot map lookup LSB, comma X I'm going to use. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to load X with, I could do it like this actually, load it with destroy Y decrease X here rather than do this. So same map cycles, but now actually it'd be probably one less cycle. I know, because they're both 0 page. So my missus is so sick, she's binge watching Grey's Anatomy. I like a bit of Grey's Anatomy. I haven't watched it for a while, but I did enjoy the first 7 or 8 seasons or something. The token ports on PS4 Switch. Yeah, there's. Yeah. The thing is, I think running a game that's supposed to be 50 hertz on a 60 hertz machine and just slowing things down a little bit is fine. The problem is when you've got effects that rely heavily on the frame rate. So Commodore has loads of games which use flickering at 25 frames per second. So it will do one thing for one frame and one thing for another. We use it in Pick and Mix to do the color mixing. I use it in here to do the particle updates. And that is where you get the problems a lot more than just kind of slowing a 60 hertz system down to a 50 hertz kind of emulation. So yeah, 25 frames per second shadows is a definite one, because obviously you don't have transparency on the C64. So what a lot of people did was they would draw a black sprite as a shadow and just show it every other frame. So you would see one frame of black and then one frame of what was behind it. And it creates that transparent effect, very common effect. And yeah, I'm doing it with the particles. So I obviously can't update all the particles every frame. So what I'm doing, and I can't draw all the particles every frame. So what I'm doing is I'm drawing as many as I can, and then on the next frame, drawing the next lot, and so on. And by timing that exactly with the cycles, it just means that there's a flicker, which you can see quite heavily on the emulation, but when you see it in the on the real hardware, it's almost not noticeable. So and the same on like creatures, they do the color mixing on creatures. If you play creatures on real hardware, you will struggle unless you know the colors very well on the C64. If you're just a kind of average user, you wouldn't who doesn't know the palette of the C64, then you wouldn't know which ones are funny colors or not. Well, mostly anyway. There are a few that do kind of look a bit funny, but okay, right. So now we're looking up the value in the table here. So we're going to store this at we'll do it with collision point. I think we'll use we'll use screen point because that makes more sense as a name. But we could always relabel this as well. And then we're going to get the MSB install at screen point +1. So now what we have in here is we have this is the additional info. Okay, so I need to store that at remove type. So store that there. So now what I have is a 0-page lookup, which points to the beginning of the row where this object is. And so now I can use it to cycle through it and clear this object from memory. So the way to do that is I need to grab the X value and put it in Y. So I'm going to load Y with destroy X. And that's going to give me a value. So now if I do this, if I do screen point, comma Y, I'm now clearing the top left corner of that object. But that's not enough. What I need to do is, I'm loading the top corner of that object. What I need to do is first of all, I need a blank character to draw. This is going to be my loop here. And then I'm going to have X here, which is going to count up. Now, actually, a simple way to do this would be to do... let me think about this. Yeah, okay. So what I can do is I can load remove type. I'm going to load X with 2, which is the minimum. But then I'm going to load remove type. And if that's equal to 0, I'm just going to skip ahead to here. I'm going to call this inner loop. I can't remember if there's a big loop up there. I think there is. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is I'm going to load X with 4. And then all I need to do here is whenever I store that value, I'm going to decrease X. If it's equal to 0, we're going to skip ahead to here. Otherwise, I'm going to increase Y and jump to inner loop. And that's going to clear the top row. If it's 2 wide, it's going to clear 2. If it's 4 wide, it's going to clear 4. Then all I really need to do now is the same thing for the bottom row. So if I just copy this and put this here, and then all I need to do is just the same on this thing here. So we're going to start again. In fact, if we can do this check somewhere else, if we do it here, so I'll do that, and then I can store X at remove type. So now remove type has the actually I'm not going to call it remove type. I'm going to call it remove columns or whole count, because then that's more accurate to what we're actually doing. There we go. What am I missing? Listen, is tomorrow the book competition? It is, yes. So just a reminder, you'll need 7,500 channel points to buy all 3 tickets. That's the list of books that you can win. You will get to pick £120 worth of books from that list, including shipping. So if you're in America, you've got a better deal out of that. The rest of the world will be a little bit more. But I will work with whoever wins. I will work closely with you to make sure that we get as close to £120 as possible, and including shipping, because obviously it's gonna vary depending on where you are in the world. It seems to be that the shipping is pretty much the same everywhere in the world, but America and Canada gets it free shipping. So ship it to a US PO box and you'll fly over. Do you also win the shells and spare room to put them in? Yeah, I can't quite afford that yet. Okay, so here we are. Find screen. Find shadow screen RAM lookup. And then here we're actually doing the value. So instead of doing this now, we can just do load X, remove call count here, which means I don't need any of that. How far into the show will the comp be? So the tickets will open at 9:30, British Standard Time. So as soon as the stream opens, and then the draw will be at midnight. So 2.5 hours into the stream. Which is going to be the same all the time. So, and just a reminder as well for those who haven't done this before, we've only had 2. This will be the 3rd. You do have to be around to claim your prize. So whoever wins, there will be a 5-minute window in which you can kind of message just to let me know that you're there, and we can confirm that you've won it. This is just to make sure that people don't kind of enter and then go AFK. It's kind of against the kind of spirit of the thing, really, to do that. So and I realize that sometimes people do have to go at AFK, hence the 5-minute kind of window. It gives enough time for people to deal with this as they need to. Okay, so we're going to load Y with destroy X again here, but then what I'm going to do, in fact, I'm going to load it into the accumulator. I'm going to add 40 to it, and then transfer it into the Y. And this is just going to clear the bottom row this time. So this is top row. Yep, I heard that. 1 second. Bottom row. Can I get an extension? What do you mean? So how for the lag? Yeah, one minute would be unfair, but I think 5 minutes is fine. Nobody's got 5-minute lag. 1 minute lag I can kind of understand, but 5-minute lag I can't see that being an issue. To the 5 minutes, yeah. Brain lag I can't account for. Yeah, Andy thinks that's what's thinks that's what the competition is. Oh, you mean with the with Google Image 1 minute is enough to identify the game? Well, I mean, if you guys can do the game identify from the thing, so that's separate to the competition. This is just that's just an additional kind of shimmer shillings win thing. What about toilet lag? Take your phone with you. Take your phone with you. It's really unfortunate. Zerful won the first. Well, he didn't win because he didn't claim it, but he was the first name drawn on the very first giveaway, and he was AFK, and he came back to the computer as Mitsuyama won the second one. So it was unfortunate. Okay, so this is clearing the bottom row, and this should hopefully, so load destroy X, increase Y, decrease X. Yeah, this should be fine. I think this will be enough to persist the object. So let's give this a try now. Pinch off and run. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mr. Speaker, thanks for the follow, dude. Oh my god. Okay, right. So let's try. So we can destroy some things here. We can destroy something here if I shoot it enough. And then if I go off the screen and come back, they should be gone, which they're not. Okay, so persistence hasn't worked here. So let's do some checking in the persistence stuff. So persistence removed. Okay. First of all, is this being called? I think it is, because yeah, well, let's put a breakpoint and let's just make sure it is being called. First of all. Okay, so it's definitely being called, and it should only be being called once as well, which it is. All right, let's just make sure that that's being called when we go on to when we come back into this screen as well. Okay, so it's being called on this new screen, which is fine. Oops, and it should be being called when we go back into here. So it's definitely being called because we're breaking each time. Okay, so that's fine. It's being called once, and it's being called when we enter the screen before the scroll happens. So here's where we find a match. So let's put a breakpoint in here and let's see if it actually finds that match now. Okay, so what is it actually looking for in the match? Let's have a look. So it's looking for hit points of 0, which should be reset. If I just kill one thing, and then I'll do this one, it's quick enough. Oh, interesting. I hit a breakpoint there. That's interesting. I don't know why that was here, and not on this one. Ah, okay. I know what's going on here. So the problem here is that this persistence lookup is actually wrong at this point in time. So the reason it's wrong is because we've not yet set it up. It's set up in this bit here. So we kind of need to set these up straight away. So I'm going to move these now from here. Actually, not that one. I'm going to set... hang on. Okay, it's easy enough. I can just move it into the persist thing. So I need that, and I need this. Okay, I didn't really like having to put these in a different place, but I think they probably do need to be here. Okay, why's that not loading now? Have I got... it's probably because I've got some other... Okay, so I need map loader dot current screen. And then these... Yeah, okay. So this only has to happen once per screen load, so it's not a huge deal if it takes a little while. It shouldn't take that long though. It's a couple of cycles, maybe a couple of 100 cycles at most. On a really busy screen, maybe 1,000 cycles, but still, it's not that many compared to the 200,000 cycles it takes to actually move between screens. Okay, cool. It's found it and it's removed it. So cool. You see there, that's no longer there, and so we now have persistence between screens, which is really good. So let me take the breakpoint out and let's just give that a try by destroying a couple of random objects. on that screen, and then we'll go and just add some data to one of the other screens as well. Oh, why did that suddenly stop working? Turn off this gamble stuff. I'm getting poor. You don't have to gamble. So I'm going to destroy that one and that one, and I'm going to leave one there, and I'm going to destroy this one as well. Actually, I'm going to destroy there. I'm going to just give it a few hits because I think the hit point should now persist. A myth. This is good. Okay, so that didn't quite work. These two did not disappear, but this hopefully will take less hits now. Yeah, so the hit points persist, but for some reason those two did not. So that's interesting. Now that could be down to the values in here. So I'm actually going to put a label in here. Because I want to be able to go and look at these values, just make sure that these are going to 0. Because if they go less than 0, it's going to be a problem, which could be why they're reappearing. So let's load that up. You don't have to buy loot boxes, yeah, but I'm not taking real world money off you for shimmy shillings. That is abhorrent behavior, I think, from the game companies with that. And the thing is it's another one of these, like I was discussing about Apple and Google and all that the other day. It's another case of if one company does something and suddenly makes a lot of money, other companies are going to follow suit. They're not going to want to. They're not going to sit back and say, "Oh well, that company's making billions on loot boxes, but we've got ethics. We're not going to do it." Most of them are going to follow suit, and so you end up with a kind of a ton of companies doing the same thing. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that should take one shot, and we should just have 2 on this side. No, see, that one is always reappearing for some reason. But this should take 1 shot. Okay, cool. Let's go and have a look at the memory in that location. So 801C. Okay. That's a good point, actually. You can buy 10,000 shillings, so that is a good point. I think the thing with loot boxes is if they are purely cosmetic, I don't see too much of a problem with it. When, like, the worst one I've seen was the last FIFA, or it might have been the FIFA before it, but one of the FIFAs, they may still be doing it. You can only get the best players by gambling. You couldn't get like Ronaldo, for instance. You couldn't get Ronaldo just in the game. You had to buy loot boxes to get him, and that's just like that's fucking crazy. That's just, and he was a rare get as well. So you had to keep doing it, and people were spending little kids who like football were playing on their parents' freaking consoles and spending hundreds and almost thousands of pounds in some cases. And yeah, just for this one player. It bothers me when it's just a switch in a database somewhere and it's just they're just turning a flag on your account. That's what really pisses me off. It's like the social pressure makes people buy cosmetics, especially in the playground. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. So even cosmetics is not really a good thing. I guess that's the problem Fortnite's got, isn't it? A lot of the Fortnite stuff is skins, right? But people want to have the latest skin. So yeah, I suppose it doesn't really matter there. This is my best video ever. Oh my God, do I dare click it? Oh. All right, I think I've seen that, but I'm glad that didn't appear on stream. I have a huge problem with loot boxes that you can't earn by playing cosmetic or not. If you're buying a thing, you should get that thing. Yeah, it's especially annoying because most of the things in loot boxes are just flags that they can turn on your account, right? So This is why if you get it in a loot box, you should be able to get it in the game. It's not DLC. It's the content is there. It's just a flag that needs turning on your account. Blizzard annoy me with this with World of Warcraft. They have lots of things that you can buy through their store that are just database updates. So like just moving a character to another server costs you quite a lot of money, or renaming a character costs you quite a lot of money. And while I don't think they should be free to discourage people abusing it, they're quite expensive. And it's really all they're doing is just moving a value in a database. It's not like, and you're paying as much as an expansion in some cases. It's craziness. Craziness. Shannon C64 games are DLC. Why are my games DLC? They're not. Yeah, there's something wrong with that value. So let's run this again and then let's check that value 801C. The worst is when they say, "Oh, well, you can do everything you can do with loot boxes without ever buying them." And while that's true, the chances of you getting those things are 10 times less than if you have the loot box. Or there'll be things like in the loot box there'll be a 10 times experience boost, like 1 hour's worth of 10 times experience. How is that fair? Okay, let me shoot that one. Okay, so there's a problem with that one, which I want to have a look at. So let's go off the screen and come back in, and hopefully that one's respawned again. It has. In fact, a few of them have respawned there. So let's have a look in the monitor. I do like to rant about things now and again. I've had a bit of a ranty week, actually. Okay, so hit points wise, we've got 0, 1, 0, 0. So really, these should not be being displayed. I don't know why they are being displayed. They really should not be. Oh, is it that when we've removed one, we finish? Maybe that's the problem here. Hang on. Yes, okay. So we're messing with the Y value. So when we've finished with this, we need to actually restore the Y value. So where do we start messing with it? We start messing with it here. Okay, so let's make sure we store Y. Call it temp Y. Where was it again? Here. Okay, so store Y, temp Y. There we go. I should hopefully fix that problem now. Shannon's points are gambling, yeah. Yeah, so my kid had spent $3,000, 3,000 euros on my iPad because of a bug in a stupid game. The kid never did your kid never touch the iPad again because they were scared, or was it because you prevented it from happening again? No, because you were scared. Okay. This goes back to what I was saying about the cut that Apple make as well. Apple really don't have much of an incentive to prevent that from happening. They do the bare minimum. They put kind of parental controls in, but they're not going to promote the kind of that behavior, because for everybody that claims the money back, there will be somebody that doesn't, and they get 30% of that money. So to them, it's extra money. So yeah, Apple like their cut. And it's not just Apple; it's the same with Google in this case. It's the same with Amazon as well, with their app store as well. They all do exactly the same thing. They take a cut, and I think their cuts are about the same as well. Which again is kind of because one person has set a cut, an amount of kind of in-app purchase percentage that they get, and everybody's followed suit. Why would Google only charge 15% if 30% was what Apple were charging. Of course, they're going to take the same amount. Everybody's going to do the same. I don't even know who set the value first there. But yeah, anyway. Block nozzles. That's why you can't buy a Kindle book in the Kindle app on Apple devices. Oh, because you have to give them 30%. Yeah. Yeah, I get that it's 30% standard retail markup, but if I I don't know, say try to think of an example here. Say I go and buy a coffee maker, right? And it takes coffee beans, right? I can go anywhere and I can buy those coffee beans. I can shop around and I can pick the best value for those coffee beans. But in Apple's world, what they want you to do is if you buy something from them, you can only purchase those coffee beans from them, and they want a 30% cut of whatever you paid for them. And that's unfair. And it is the same with everybody. I mean, it is the same. I'm not dissing Apple exclusively here. It's the same everywhere else, but it's unfair when it's additional kind of purchases on top. It's not fair at all. It's really not fair, especially when you consider you can order an Uber or a Deliveroo and they don't take a cut of that. It's just because it's games. They have a different rule for games because they know how much money goes through those and that they can get away with it. It's become almost an accepted norm, and people just like, oh yeah, it's a game. This is what happens in games. Um, and while I think Epic's way of going about it has been a bit wrong, um, and not as not as nice as they've made out. I mean, they've obviously got incentive to kind of save money as well. I think that it's right that they bring it to the attention of everybody. Why should it be different for games? Yeah, there we go. That's right. Okay, cool. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that again. I talked about that on the last stream, probably the stream before as well. There, cool. So we got persistence in there. So, by the way, I got a color. Yeah, I got a color laser print. There's so much better as well. And honestly, in the time I've had my color laser printer, I've had it 2 years or so, and I've still not had to change the cartridge in it yet. And even if I did change the cartridge now, I would have spent way more on ink than I have done on this printer and the cartridges combined. So it just makes a lot of sense. Just if you use a printer of any kind of sort of frequency, just get yourself a laser. They're cheap enough now, and they always come with a not usually not like the full size kind of cartridges. I forget what they call them now. The ink kind of drums, I think they're called. But toner, that's it. Toner, yeah. You get they come with some toner with it. But I've had mine for 2 years and I've still not run out of toner, and I've still got a full set of color toners in the cupboard that I just haven't used yet. So inkjets are a rip off unless you want glossy photo prints. Well, I've done glossy prints with the laser as well. If as long as you get decent paper, then you can do it. And they're just quicker as well. They're so much quicker to print and higher quality, in my opinion, as well. Higher quality print. You have to spend a lot of money to get a decent quality print from an inkjet. Yeah, same. The custom boxes that I did for, I don't know where they are actually. The custom boxes I did for my C64 games were all done on a glossy card, and they've come out perfect. So yeah, inkjet ink is more expensive. Yeah, I read that as well. It's one of the most expensive fluids on the planet, isn't it? Yeah, and that's another thing. That's another kind of industry that's got the same problem. They companies like Epson and HP, they try very hard to make sure you only use their ink. And there isn't a lot of difference between the inks, right? The ink is ink. It's kind of the same for them all, but they put chips and stuff in the cartridges to try and prevent you from using copied inks. And it's just, the only reason they do it is to force you to buy the ink from them, because it's the ink. It's the ink that makes the money. It's not the printer. They probably sell the printers at a loss, but it's the ink that makes the money. It's the shaver and blade model, I think they call it. So it's the same when you buy a shaver. The money comes from the blades, not from the actual the handle and stuff. So they give you a shaver and they make sure that the attachments will only work for their blades, and then you have to buy the blades from them, and then they patent the blade connection, and then you can only buy blades from them then. Okay, right. So with that in place, what we'll do now is we'll just try adding one more screen in. So we're going to do this one down here. So this is a bit more complicated now, but we should, in theory, be able to add all the stuff we need for this screen. I'm not going to do any more after this screen because I'll get the editor to deal with this from that point on. But we'll add these in. So what we'll do is we'll do all of the objects on this screen, and then we'll see how that kind of works. So this is screen 7, so that means this is 6 more. So this is screen 13. So right. So to add a new screen in that we don't already have, we need to go into loader here. We need to add a new screen in. We need to find it in here, which is this one here, and add a link into it here. And then we need to create that screen. So I'm just going to copy this entire thing. I'm going to make a new screen. I'm going to call it screen 13. I'm going to save it as screen 13. And now this is the code that will load when we come into this screen. So now we need to add the persistence points to it. So going from this one, I need to do the +1. I need to make sure I add this on all the screens so it's obvious. Just so it gets copied all the time. There we go. Just want to make sure that anytime that file gets copied, that it has the additional data in, so that I don't forget what's going on in each one of these. I can look at any of the screens and know exactly what's going on. Okay, so we're doing screen 13, so this one here. So we need to set X and Y +1. So let's go through and do these. So I'm going to make a note on paper here, and then I'll add them in as we go. You forgot the underscores. Oh, I see. In Steps' name. Good night, Amok. Yeah, see you tomorrow, dude. Just catching up on the chat a little bit here. Hey, Zerful. Welcome to the stream. How long am I streaming for? Probably another 2 hours or so. Or until this bottle of wine runs out. So I don't want to stream too long because I want to be relatively fresh for tomorrow. And I would like to try and get that image quiz done tomorrow. I'm not banking on it then, because I've still got I don't know, 15 to 20,000 images to go through yet. So yeah, I'm taking my time with the wine tonight. Okay, so I'm gonna start with these ones. So these are at, oh great. Okay, so now I need to subtract even more from these. So I need to subtract 48 from the Y, because this is 51, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I need to subtract. Actually, no, I need to subtract 47 from y. So let's write that here. So I need to minus 40. So this is why I need to do this in the script. It'll be a lot easier. Sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. I think. And then from the x, I need to subtract 40. So minus 40 minus 47. Okay, right. So that gives us 11, 7, which means this will be 13, 7, 15, 7, 17, 7. Okay, let's put those in. So these are these ones here, which I'm going to leave as one hit point of type 0. 4 of these, and to be 13, 15, 17. Okay, so that's those 4. Oh, there's 2 more over here. Okay, so 74, 55. So these are 8, 34, 8, and 36, 8. Let's add those in. 2, 2, 4. No, sorry, 34, 36. Yeah, that's right. I'm also going to make it so I can actually get up here, because at the moment I can't get up here. So I'm going to just move things around a little bit so I can actually move up there. Do it like that, I think. Should be fine. All right. So I'm going to do this one here now, which is 74, 60, 73, 68. So that's 33, 21. So that becomes 21, 1, 5. This is going to have 10 hit points and is a bonus of some kind. Separate them like this. You see why this is going to have to be done with the editor script. So this is just going to get impractical after a while. So 2, 3, 21, 3, 31, 3, 33, 3, 35, 3, and then 31, 5 for this one. And then this is 2, 17, yeah, and then 2, 19, and then 2, 21, and then 4, 21. You can see how this is going to be much better than oh, I shouldn't have done that there, should I? Hang on. Electric Dreams, no way. This is going to be a lot better than having an area of memory which is dynamically expanding to fill these kind of things in. It would just get messy really quickly. So this is a nice, neat way of only storing enough bytes to deal with the persistence for one screen. It keeps it in the screen that you're in as well, so it's nice and consistent. But it does mean I have to find a way to get this data into here from the editor, which is not going to be straightforward immediately, but 21, that seems wrong. Hang on. Oh no, that is right, I think. Hang on. 20, yeah, that one there. Okay. I want F3. Okay, so 3, 1 F3, 2 1 3, 2 3 3, then 1 F5, and then 4 more. So that was the wrong entertainer, thank God. So in this case, we've got quite a few objects on this screen. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. But that's only taking up 56 bytes, 57 if you include the terminator. So actually, it's not in terms of memory. This is kind of nice and efficient. It means we don't have to have an additional lookup table into this. We can just use the data that we've already got, which is going to make things a lot simpler when it comes to kind of how much memory the whole of all these screens is take up. So, oh, this is from the sensor design thing, isn't it? I think. Oh, so I recognize that. All right, let me save that up now. Give this a try. So what I want to do is I want to destroy a couple of things on the first page, but not everything on the first screen. Then go to the other screen down below and try and destroy everything on that screen. And then we'll come back and have a look at this screen. So first two barrels I'm going to leave. And then everything else I'm going to go and destroy. And if this works, then persistence is good. So can't destroy these yet. These are their own thing. They will be destroyable. But they're also going to have their own behavior here as well. So these take 2 shots each, which is working. These take 1 shot each. Let me do 1 shot on this, and then I'm going to leave the page here and come back. Oh, shit. All right, I'm going to... Fuck. Where would that be? Fucking hell, I didn't think of that. Oh, do you know what? I'm just going to... Fuck's sake. Typical, right? Try again. Let me turn the SIDs up a bit. They are a bit quiet tonight. I don't know why. Hopefully that's a bit better. Sorry for everybody that's just had to turn their sound down again. Oh, God. Oh, God. Fell into the trap, yeah. Okay, so again, just going to destroy some random ones here. We'll come back and see them in a minute. Destroy this completely. I'm pleased with those particles. I think they look good, like with that extra gravity, and I think it adds a little bit to it, which is nice. So I'm going to destroy all of these. I'm going to destroy all of these. Then I'm going to do 1 on each of these. Cool. So it's remembering hit points as well. So we've got hit point persistence, we've got object persistence, and everything in here should be destroyable except that thing. Sweet. So why is this mostly black and white? Because the original is black and white as well. So this is the game we're trying to copy. So this is the PC version, I believe. So it has a little bit of red in it now and again, but it's mostly black and white. If it's going to load, I don't know why it's not loading there. I'll reload the page. Why am I getting issues with this all of a sudden? Have I got some other thing running? Shit, I hope my internet's on. Yeah, it's okay. So the real question is, why was Cecconoid black and white? I think because it was an homage to Spectrum games. So it was an homage to I can't remember his actual name, but the reason it's called Cecco is because it was the guy's last name who did Cybernoid. and I think he was the Spectrum guy. So this is it's the same looking ship. It's got some of the same kind of scenery. Um, and so it's just keeping that. For some reason, I don't know why I can't skip forward through this video. Oh, maybe it's because I've got the speed on. Sat here waiting for it to load, and speed's on bloody 1.0. That might help. Yeah, so it's just being copied from this. Ralph Checo, that's it, yeah. But what he's done in this version is he's created a CRT effect by adding some fisheye, adding a little bit of glow, and if you look carefully, you can kind of see that individual pixels are you can see the individual pixels even in a solid white block. That's something obviously we can't do on the C64, but you should be able to get the same effect just by playing it on a CRT. So um, I think he's got a speed up somewhere as well. So he's picked a power up that speeds him up. Yeah, in fact, that's what the first pickup is. So yeah, that's kind of why we're black and white because we're copying that. Is it hard? Seriously, it is a lot more difficult than it looks. Obviously the guy who's playing this is the guy who made it, so he knows what to do. But um, you learn it as you go along for definite. But it is hard. It is not. It's not stupidly. It's not stupidly easy or anything. But once you learn the patterns, I imagine it's quite simple. You just need to learn what each enemy does, the proper path through the level. So, for instance, on this screen, as soon as you enter this screen, this one here explodes because you're within range. So you need to make sure that you move to exactly the right spot. And the first time you go in, you won't. You'll move to the wrong spot, so you'll die there. Um, yeah, it's just about learning the patterns really, and how to deal with each screen. Yeah, 60 screens exactly. But I watched Andy Roberts play through this. All right, he did have God mode on, but it was only until later on that I realized he had God mode on because he was playing it pretty spot on. He wasn't hitting enemies. He was strategically taking them out. And the only reason he had God mode on was so he could show me everything in the game in case he did die. But I'm pretty sure he would have got through it without anyway. Um, but yeah, it's just knowing how to take these enemies out. So like, if you just try and rush through here, you will die. You have to kind of get them to fire off one at a time here and know where to go, know which path to take as well. So uh, isn't there a screen in Cybernet where you died unless you left it immediately? Such unfair games. There there are definitely areas in this game which are a little bit like that. I wouldn't say they're that bad, but you definitely like there's definite routes through these screens that you need to take, and if you take the wrong one, like this screen is going to be fun. That screen is going to be a lot of fun to do. So you can let's go back. You can. Oh my god. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun because these lasers move as well. So you need to be able to draw these four lasers moving across the screen. It's gonna be difficult, but I think it's all right. I think I can do it. You see, the guy obviously knows what he's doing here. And once you get that mace thing, it's pretty easy to deal with these levels. Anyway, that's what we're going to aim for, right? I'm going to go for quick smoke, and when I come back, I'm going to have a think while I'm gone what I'm going to do next. Um, Probably screen shake actually. I think I should probably get that in. Uh, no reason not to put it in. Um, Actually, I noticed something which looks like potentially a bug on this screen. You notice in the top corner here, it's showing a tile where it probably shouldn't be showing a tile. All right, yeah, back in 5 minutes, guys, or slightly less. Be right back. Oh my god, it really wants me to play that video, but go away. A cushion, right? All right. Oh god, came back at the wrong time, didn't I? Okay. Let me stop the races. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm going to put the screen shake in now because that's going to be something we're going to need a lot of the time. So I might as well get it in there. Oh, am I blocked in? Oh, I'm blocked at that point. Which is interesting. I don't think it's going to be a problem because that would have exploded by now anyway. But it's something to bear in mind that a gap 16 high I can't get through. So is that a BBC? Yeah, it is a BBC Model B. Yeah. One day I'll do something on that. I just not. I don't really have time to do anything else on other systems right now, and with Mega 65 coming, that's just going to be even more the case. With the Mega 65, that'll be 3 systems I'm coding for at the same time. So, okay, so I'm going to do a screen shake now because we can start to look at the behavior of these things. Because I think that'd be a nice kind of thing to actually get some dangerous bits in, and we'll do an explosion routine as well. So first of all, let's do the screen shake. So basically, how I'm going to do the screen shake is just going to be part of the IRQ routine. Good night, Russell Mills. Uh, you said ST was the next machine to do a project. It's really not. It's really not. If I ever do a 16-bit project, it's going to be on the Amiga. That's for sure. But it's well, the Amiga or the Mega Drive. I wouldn't mind doing a Mega Drive game. But I think I'm happy with the 8-bit stuff, to be honest. What was that about? Thank you for the resub, Zendar. And 2 months in a row, awesome. Thank you very much for the resub. Cheers. What are you timing people out for, Hayes? uh, Amiga makes my head hurt. Yeah, it doesn't look that fun to code for, but I do like the system, so I don't know. I'm not in a hurry to do it. As I say, I think I'd probably prefer to do the Mega Drive just about. You requested Entertainer. Oh, I heard Entertainer. I heard Entertainer because I thought it was the. I thought it was on Entertainer. Oh, because you don't like on Entertainer. Yeah, it did. It did play. It did play. I heard that was quite a while ago, actually. Or maybe that's why. Maybe somebody else queued it. So what will happen if somebody else queues a song, and you try and queue it again within an hour? It will still take the points off you, but it just won't. It won't play. It's to prevent Hayes from just queuing on Entertainer 5,000 times, which he would. So, all right, let's add a screen shake in. So this is going to be really simple. I'm just going to have a value. In fact, I'm even going to just put it in the IRQ. It doesn't really need to be a 0-page value. It's a bit of a waste to put it in there. It's just going to live in here, basically. So that's fine. This is where the multiplex enters. I can do it before the sort. I think this is absolutely fine. There's a music call here. So let's do it. Let's do it. In fact, the music call probably needs moving to somewhere else. But let's do it here. Let's do screen shake here. And all we're going to do is really simple. I'm going to have a screen shake index here. This is going to be a single byte. So when it's 0, it means there's no screen shake. When it's something other than 0, then it's going to grab values from screen shake H and from screen shake V, which are going to be our vertical and horizontal screen shakes. So this is really just going to be taking some values and just shaking them. Now, in the I don't have it anymore, but in the original game, the HUD doesn't shake, but I'm going to just shake the HUD with it as well. There's 0 point in us having a split up there and trying to keep that split steady, just to make the HUD not shake. I don't think it's going to add too much. So yeah, I'm just going to leave that as it is. So what we'll do is we'll create some values in here, which are going to be our screen shake values. So if we look at the default values in this location, let's just move that over here. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's stream is fine. Oh, okay. I was a bit worried that my my stream was going funny, but okay. So let's have a look at the default values. I can never remember what they are. I think it's 3 and 0 is the default values, and they need to be the starting values here. But the easiest way to do that is to just load up the game and just read the values in D016 and D011. Now D016 I think is horizontal. I always get these two the wrong way around. So let's have a look. D016 is horizontal, yeah. So it's vertical then horizontal in order, in that order in memory. So all right, so we can do it from here. It doesn't really have to be from anywhere. We just want to go and have a look at D011, which is 1B, and D016, which is C8. So that means that the values are indeed 3 for vertical and 0 for horizontal. Those are our oh, pardon me. Those are our fallback values here. So 3. Let's put these in the right order so it matches. So those are our fallback values. These are the values that are going to be triggered if we hit those points. Now I could just use a random function here to do this. Actually, maybe random would be all right here. Let's try that. Okay, so I'm basically just going to fill 7 extra bytes in here, and these are going to be random times 8, which is going to give us a value from 0 to 7. And we're going to put floor in here anyway. I think it would automatically floor them, but let's do it like that, and then I'm going to do it here. Now, if this kind of looks right every time, then great. If it doesn't look right every time, then we'll pick one that looks right and copy the values in here from that point in memory. But I think this is probably all right for a tester anyway. So then all we need to do here is we need to load the value with screen shake index. If that's equal to 0, we don't do anything. However, if it's not equal to 0, then what we need to do is we need to AND it with 07 and transfer that into the X register, and then we can load accumulate with D011, AND it with 3, 4, 5, that value, and then we can OR it with screen shake vertical, X, and then store that back in D011. And then we need to do the same with D016, exactly the same thing, but using screen shake H. There you go. That's all we need to do for our screen shake. Then all we have to do is whenever we want a screen shake, we set a value in here. The value is how many frames we want that screen shake to run for. And then at the end here, we just decrease screen shake index just to make sure that it goes back to 0 eventually. So for now, we'll just put it in the destroyable. So whenever you destroy something and we remove it, and we do exit and remove here, we will, so in this bit here, exit and remove, exit and remove. Where's the carry flag? Here. So whenever we do this, we're gonna let's put 20 in and store that at IRQ. I hope it's called IRQ. It's fine. Maybe not. Oh no, it's called IRQ. All right. Don't know why it wasn't showing up. Oh, wine's giving me hiccups for some reason. And that's it. That's all we need to do to start a screen shake, is just to set this value. So now when we blow stuff up, hopefully the screen will shake like crazy. I mean, it's not going to be the final behavior because that should only happen when you blow an enemy up, but this will be enough for us to test the screen shake behavior and make sure it's working. Okay, I don't know why that's not working. Okay, we've got an error. KMRQ. Oh, okay, because I've put a byte 0. IRQ byte 0. There we go. Okay, so hopefully if we blow something up, we should get a screen shake now. So cool. Now it's not moving the sprites, so that's something we could implement at some point. In fact, it looks like the default values are wrong here, because if you look, these sprites are not in the right place. So I don't think those default values were right. Let's have a look. The reason that's happening is because the screen shake routine, which is in here, should probably decrease the value first. So actually I'm going to do that there. And actually, if the screen shake is quick like that, then actually the fact that the sprites don't move is not a problem. But we may want to move the sprites with it, but I don't even want to do that if absolutely necessary, because that would mean going in and changing stuff in the multiplexer. And I want to avoid that where possible. So it's not enough there, is it? Okay. But again, it seems to be based on... that random. So sometimes when I go in, it will be different. So this time when I run it, the screen shake will look a bit different. So what's that not loaded? Okay. It's a really good cover of out on this, actually. Yeah, so it really does matter which pattern you use here. But also, one thing I think might be better is if it's shaked a little bit less. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to reduce these values a little bit. So the default is 3 here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce this one down to 4, so it reduces less. And then I'm going to make this one 3 plus 3. Actually, no, 3 would be the middle. So let's do it 4 plus 1. Then that would be 3, no, 5 plus 1. There we go. So that'd be 0 to 4, which would be 1 to 6. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's right, actually. So the only thing I do notice is where that screen shake is happening. If you look down here, you'll see a split as it happens. It's kind of hard to notice, but it is definitely happening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the screen shake stuff to after the multiplexer sort, because by that point, it will definitely be outside of the screen. It's just this is happening kind of still slightly in the screen. So just by moving it there, that should tidy that up a bit. I am going to change it slightly to make this 16. So the screen shake's a bit longer. Okay, cool. Right, let's try that. Yeah, that feels better. There we go. Yeah, and it doesn't look too bad with the sprites not moving, actually. Because it's not moving as far, it doesn't look as bad when the sprites don't move with it, so... And in fact, your eyes are only really drawn to the player, so you could just move the player based on those values and nothing else. And you'd be all right, I think. But I think that looks all right. If we need to update that, it wouldn't be a lot. It's not a huge amount of code to do that, so it's fine. Okay, so next step. So we can make these destroyables as well. There's no reason for these not to be. The only difference is that these are now enemies as well. So there's some additional stuff that needs to happen when you get close to these. So there will be a proximity thing for these. But again, this can be just part of the persistence data. So one of the things the screen can do is when it reads the persistence data is it can also work out where proximity mines are. But what I want to do first of all is with the it's going to be gone, isn't it, because of the persistence? But with this pod down here, I want to make it spawn an explosion when it dies. So we'll go ahead and try and add that explosion in, because this is going to be something we use everywhere. So it makes sense to put it in. So the way this is going to work is we're gonna create how best to do this actually. Only gravity and a helicopter missing. Just trying to think the easiest way to do the explosions. I guess the simplest way would be to use the last sprite in the multiplexer, but that might not necessarily be the next sprite in line. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to create multiplex next free sprite. And this is going to basically it's going to start at 2, but it's obviously this is 0 page, so it's not going to matter here. Then what I'm going to do is in the multiplexer itself, whenever you clear the sprites, which is going to happen on here, this is going to be set to 2 to begin with. That's also going to be set in here as well. In fact, I think it probably needs to be 3, thinking about it. Let me just go and have a look at the screens. Yes, it needs to be 3, because the first one is 3 here. And that's because you've got that thing that goes around you as well. So it's going to be 3. So every time you clear the sprites, it goes back to 3 again. Then here, what I'm going to do is on screens that actually set sprites up, and this is where probably need to refactor these things out. is we're going to set that the next free sprite is actually at this position. Okay, so why am I doing this? So the reason I'm doing this is because what I want is a routine in here where I can say get next free sprite, because I don't know on any screen what the next free sprite is going to be. So you need to make sure that when you set the sprites up, you can deal with these things. I'm gonna change this routine to something global, so you can set multiple sprites up and it will automatically advance this down. So you would just say add this sprite and give it a load of data, and it will go ahead and do that. It will probably be a macro of some kind, so I'll probably start making a macro system soon for this. You're in a bit of a sneaky mood tonight. I thought that was a bit thing. Oh, thanks for the host haze as well. I missed that. Cheers, dude. Yeah, so that's what we're going to need to do on screens that have additional setup. But I think I am going to move this into a macro. So there'll be a macro to create a sprite at a particular position and color and frame. And that will just be a macro that's called here, which will call a very small function somewhere else, which will then in turn call other things. I want to try and reduce the amount of code in here. So if I macro it, it needs to be done in a way like we do on the pick and mix game, where the macro is just setting up the registers and then calling a function. And part of that can be, it will set this up as well. It will increase this value every time. Okay. In fact, I think we should probably do that now, actually, before we go into explosions. I think we should probably do that next. Let's just do get next free sprite in here. Okay, so get next free sprite. So this is basically going to load the accumulator, or actually we'll load. It's probably going to be called. No, let's. Yeah, we'll load the accumulator with it. It's fine. Okay, so we're going to load the next free sprite. So this is the value that's going to get returned. Then we're going to increase that value, compare x to max multiplex sprites. It's not equal, jump to here, which is going to be store x here. Otherwise, load x with. Actually, I'm going to change this to first free sprite. I'm going to put that in here, and I'm going to put that here, and then in constants, where the multiplexer stuff is here. So what do I mean by first free sprite? This is the first sprite that is not the same on every screen. So in the case of Cecconoid, you've got the player, the black shadow thing that's underneath the player, which I'm starting to think more and more we don't necessarily need, because the player is going to be behind everything anyway. I know particles maybe. It might be a free sprite that we can free up. We might not necessarily need it, but we'll have to see. If we start struggling with sprite space, then we can start moving. We can start testing without that shadow as well. So, okay. I wish I had the magic of Shallad to be able to code while drunk. Yes. I wish I could understand why it happens. I really don't know. Okay, so get next free sprite is going to return the next free sprite in the accumulator, which actually is not what you'd want. You'd want it in an index register. So let's do it through the index registers instead. Okay. So let's do it this way. So start with the next free sprite. Transfer it to the accumulator. It's going to be an extra frame, but it's fine. There we go. So it's going to return it in the X, which is kind of what we want. I'm just going to put a note in here to say returns next available sprite in X. Okay. I'm on holiday this next 2 weeks, so I'll be watching Shallow and Rose Cave vids and reading to try and make a game inspired by Haze. Okay, right. Let's add some map macros in. So I'm going to create a new file in here. I'm going to call it screen macros. And screen macros are going to be, I'm going to use underscore here. Screen macros are just going to be, or in fact, they need to be macros, so they can't be in a scope like that. What are going to do these things here? So let's have a look at this screen and what we're actually doing. So we're setting a frame, we're setting an X and a Y and a color for a sprite. So we could have, let's call it SM for screen macro. So everything that's a screen macro will be prefixed with that, and then it will be add sprite, and then that would have an X and a Y. So looking at this, let's take this a bit at a time. So X and Y would be, so this is going to be a 9-bit value, an 8-bit value. So X, Y, color and frame. So this would be 0, 1, which is our color, and our frame is 50, like that. So that's the function that we're going to call. The values that need to go into this, first of all, is 0, 98 for this one, 88 for the Y, 50 for that. Okay, and then the other sprite would be C8, C8, 88, 0, 1, 50. So that would be all of this code and all of this. And we need to try and make these macros take less. So let's work out the bare minimum we'd need to do this macro. So this is going to be X, Y, color, frame. I should have called it screen macros.asm. Might have made it a little bit easier to read. Let me reopen that so that it actually color highlights it. There we go. Okay, then I'm going to call this function sm add sprite, and this is where the code is going to be called from here. So let's have a look at what we're actually doing in here. Let's copy this. So the values that we're passing into here, I think the first thing we're going to say is that a macro like this can use all registers. We're going to always assume that all registers get bashed here. But I want to reuse as much as possible. So let's have a look. So we're setting a frame, Y, an XPOS, an XMSB, and a color. So we need to pass in 5 values here, which is tricky. But, and here's the thing, color and MSB can share a value quite easily. So these two can share a value. Because this is only 4 bits, this is always going to be 1 bit. These 3 can't, however. So let's try add sprite pos and color. And add sprite frame, because I think add sprite frame could be something, or set sprite frame could be something that we can use for animation as well. Okay, so let's move the frame into here. RTS here. Right, okay, so first things first, let's do this bit here. So X and Y, let's go for load X with X, load Y with Y. Oops. Load accumulator. Is this going to save us much? Well, yeah, it is saving us room because it's going to save. So here, looking at this here, right? So this is 2, 5, so 10, 15, 20 bytes we would take to do this, but calling the macro would be 6, 9. So actually it's saving us, it's half of the amount that it takes to do this, which is good. Okay, so load the accumulator. So the accumulator is going to be okay, so this needs to be a bit clever. So this is going to be the lower byte of X on that one, and then here it's going to be the up byte of X. Hang on, I had to do this. The upper byte of X, but I'm going to have to put that in brackets on its own because I then need to shift that not that way, by 4 plus color. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm going to put here combine color and XMSB. And that's going to save us a little bit of space. And actually it means because we're doing it in a macro, we don't have to worry about the calculation that's going on here. Good night, Licorice. See you tomorrow. No problem. See you tomorrow. Okay, so then we can call this function. Right, so now this function needs to convert those values. So Y position is just to store Y, X position is just to store X. So those two are fine. However, we need to get the next sprite. So actually X position needs to be stored and restored at some point. So we need to call mplex multiplexer will get the next free sprite. Okay, but that's going to bash accumulator and X. So actually we need to let's create macro values in here. So we'll do it in this section is absolutely fine. So like macros, macro temp1, macro temp2. Okay. Okay. So now we can store this correctly here, but we'll have to do it through because we can't do store accumulate. We can't do store Y, X. It has to be store accumulate, correct? So that's our Y. And then we can load the accumulator with macro temp2, store accumulator, X here. And this is our X. So that just leaves macro temp1, which is our combined value here. So in terms of color, that's going to be really simple. We can just load the accumulator with macro temp1 and store that value directly in here. Then XMSB will basically just be the same thing, but if we shift it to the right 4 times. So the thing with this bit of code is it really doesn't matter that much how slow this is, because this is an initialization thing. This is not going to happen all the time. This is just setting the screen up. So we're actually calling this in 9 bytes as opposed to whatever the original was in here, which is half of this basically, plus half of all of this. So each one of these blocks like this is well, that's 6, that's 8, so it's 8 for each one. So 8 here, 16, 21, 26, 34, 42, 44, 47 bytes for all of this. And now we're doing it in 18 bytes here. So we've reduced this by about just less than 2/3, which is kind of nice. So the only thing we need to do in the macros now is this set the sprite frame here. So so it does add a few more. So this is going to add, so now it goes from 6, 9 to 12, and this becomes frame, which is 14. So now we've gone from 47 down to 14. So this is about 14 times 2, 28. So it's halving, just less than half of the amount of bytes. So it's going to make things a lot easier for us. Okay. So that means here the X register is set at this point, so we don't need to grab the next free sprite again. We're not bashing the X here. So it's fine to use the X in this function here. So I can get rid of that value there and just change this for comma X. So this should behave exactly the same way now, but now we've reduced the amount of frames, the amount of memory that it's taken up in our kind of game section, and also simplified it as well. It looks a lot easier to look at now. We don't have to deal with this next free sprite on our own. It's automatically dealt with. So let's see if that works. We'll see if it works, and then we're just going to move one of the sprites over to the MSB area and just make sure that works as well. Okay, there's an error somewhere. Let's have a look. SM add sprite macro. No, oh, because I need to import macros. Okay, so screen macros. Okay, so I need to import this. Where is this going to need to be imported? Actually, this is probably going to have to be imported in our game loop here. Sorry, game loader in here. Let's try loading it here. Hopefully, this is the right place to load it. But I'm not gonna bank on it just yet. This is in maps. Parasol Stars or Lambada. It's Parasol Stars to me, always will be now. Oh, I should probably move it out of there actually. So I'll just close it here. It should be here like that. So actually, it should be in this loader here. I think not in the game loader. It should be in this. Oh no, because this is loading 8th. No, the game. I think the game is fine. All right, I'm gonna have to have a think about where this works. Okay, so screen macros here. Let's try loading it in here. If it doesn't work with the location, then we'll have to move it to somewhere else. I think it should work though. It seems to be working. It seems to be fine in a minute. Oh, I need to get rid of that persistence as well. 6 persistence. Okay, cool. Right, so hopefully this screen just works exactly the same as it did before. And it hasn't. Okay, so that macro has failed for some reason. Okay, that's fine. That just means we need to go and stick some debugs in here. So let's start by checking the values that come out here. So it's also going to make sure that this thing actually gets called. Okay, so it's definitely being called. Okay, the values that we're getting are as follows. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? There it is. X40, Y82. Really? X40, so that's 64 and 130. It doesn't match this at all. Doesn't match. That's not right. This one here. Okay, right. So there's something going on wrong here. Start cart load. Wait, why is it in cart load mode? Oh, because okay, because we're in this screen. Right, now we're in the break. Okay, so 9888, that's correct, and 01, which is the color. So these are the right values here. But for some reason these are wrong. Okay, so let's move down to here now, and check that our X value is actually is returning the right sprites here. Also, I have no idea where it's putting that code, so it'd be good to see where that's actually been put. Hey, oh geez, I really like what you're doing here, respect. Yeah, me too. This is why I do it all the time. Oh, Andy. Okay, I'm on it. There you go. Goddamn bots. Goddamn bots everywhere. Pain in the ass. Okay, I think it did break. There we go. It did break here. Okay. I don't remember starting the. Oh, I did start. Okay, let me do that again. Lucky you, yeah. This game would suit Specky. There would be color crashes. There wouldn't be. No, there would be color crashes because there's red lasers and stuff. So yeah, that's the thing. So geez, I do Game Boy Z80 on Tuesdays, and it's just a sweary mess. So I spend more time cursing the language than anything else. Bit of bubble bobble, nice. Yeah, I think this wine is going to time right. I think around about an hour from now, I should be out of wine, and then I'll stop. Very, very good. Okay, so it's going to load up, then the init's going to trigger, and then it's going to go into here. Okay, so interestingly, it's broke at this point. Where is it here? But the X register does not contain the next three sprites, so that is our issue here. It's actually contains 0. So multiplexer get next free sprite. Let's have a look. Get next free sprite should grab the value that's in that register, add 1 to it, compare it to the maximum. If it's not the maximum, come to here. Otherwise, okay. Why is that not returning it? Okay, I'm going to put a breakpoint here and try again. Something odd going on here. First free sprite. First free sprite is 03. So it should be fine. Oops. I wish I was born in the 70s. I was born 77, so for me, the Commodore 64 It was my main machine growing up, but I was kind of towards the end of its life. Uh, those bots have been hitting many channels. Yeah, they have, haven't they? I mean, we've been getting probably at least one a stream at the moment. But two at once, that was kind of different. Okay, right. So okay, so we're in this routine now, and it's loaded 01 from that memory address. So that's making me wonder about that multiplex next free sprite. Where did I put that actually? I put it in. Oh, it's in the right half of 0 page as well. Okay, that's weird. Because according to this, actually it's loaded into X, it's 0. But why is it 0? That's the question. Let me just disassemble just before that. I just want to have a look. 18. So 1.8 should contain. It contains 0 though. So is this happening before? This might be happening before the. Hang on. If I come off this screen and go back, what happens? Or even just go off this screen actually. Yeah, see now it's grabbing the right value. Okay, so this multiplexer in it is happening too late. So if I go and have a look in game loop, let me just close some of these screens now. That one, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. Keep the actually don't need the RQ one anymore. Okay, so if I have a look in our game loop code, multiplexer is initialized here, but the map is drawn up here. So maybe the multiplexer needs to be initialized first, along with the IRQs maybe as well. So actually, no, not the IRQs yet. Actually, just the map, just the multiplexer even. Sorry. So we have to initialize the multiplex early, otherwise the next free sprite is not going to be set correctly because it's a 0 page value. We can't just start with that value straight away, so we have to do that. Spawned in 89, started coding in 99, so I'm too young for these languages. Not really. I wouldn't say you're too young for them. It's just that they're not the main focus of kind of coding. So I was similar. I started very young. I was born in 77. I think I started coding when I was about 7 or 8 or something like that. And I think I was 7 actually. And I started coding in BASIC, and it's for me the progression to machine code was because, or to assembly language even, was because I reached the limit of what the machines at the time could do, and assembly was the best way to get the most speed out of it. And you'll probably find the same. I mean, I don't know what you code in OGs, but I would assume you probably started with something simple, and then you found that you didn't have the power, and because you were a young kid, you want to do games and stuff, so you probably moved over to something like C or C sharp or Unity, that sort of thing, because it gave you the power, and it's really the same process that I did. But assembly, I don't think it's ever too late to learn assembly. Assembly has lots of uses outside of kind of just writing Commodore games or whatever. You can use it to do to kind of teach yourself how compilers work, to teach yourself how even interpreters like the ahead of time compiler and JIT compilers or interpreters that run JavaScript work, and even just to understand how languages work as a whole. because everything comes down to machine code in the end. So if you can understand a little bit about what's going on the CPU and in the memory, then you can understand how to write more efficient code. So yeah, exactly. It helps you understand how other languages work, definitely. Because every language comes down to the same machine code at the end of the day. It comes down to the same instructions on whatever chipset you're working on. So if you can understand the code at the chipset level, at the machine code level, then you can understand why writing something one particular way in a given compiler is going to be better than writing it another way. So it has a lot of positive impact on code quality like that, or code efficiency, should I say. Okay, so that's now grabbing 3, so we should see... There we go. Perfect. Right. So in that case, I can now get rid of those breakpoints. It's just the one, actually. It's that one there. And those screen macros are working now. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it like that. That's absolutely fine. That's just adding sprite. So we'll add animation macros in here as well. So there'll be something in here to say. In fact, why not? Let's do that as well. Let's make that easy. So an animation macro. Okay, so what's that going to be? What's that going to look like? So let's have a look at what we're doing here. Okay, so we've got an animation here, and it's been applied to these two things here. So okay, we can say screen macro animate sprite. That sounds like a decent kind of a name for what we're doing. You're right, Shine, working as a full stack developer, not in film industry. I know the basics, never tried to build something. Yeah, yeah. I mean, just pick a. Honestly, the easiest way to get into assembly language is to pick a console that a real retro console that you like. We're talking kind of 8-bit and early 16-bit era. So something like the Game Boy, something like even the Game Boy Advance, you can do in assembly quite easily. Mega Drive, SNES, that sort of thing. From that kind of era backwards. So pick a machine like that you absolutely love, and there will be the materials online to do this. So I do Game Boy. I do Game Boy Color, actually, not Game Boy Advance. So I have a Game Boy Advance for testing on, but I can test Game Boy Color on it. So I do Game Boy Color on a Tuesday, and it's really useful for kind of expanding my knowledge a little bit and doing some Z80 where I wouldn't normally do that sort of thing. Last thing I used seriously was C, running a telnet-based chat system, importing open source software. Can't program anywhere, hands up to it. Yeah, that's that's one of my biggest worries, actually. So I get a lot of circulation problems in this hand, and I'm worried that I'm going to get to a point where, in fact, I know it's going to happen. I know that at some point I'm going to reach a point where this hand doesn't work anymore, and I'm going to be down to one hand. And I'm pretty sure the way the history in my family has gone, that I'm probably going to get arthritis in the other one anyway. So I'm going to reach a point where I can't really do anything anymore, and that kind of worries me a little bit. But yeah, as I say, if you want to kind of get into assembly and you want to learn something, um, I hate to say it, but yeah, Z80 is probably the way to go, because Z80 will bring you a bit closer to modern assembly. But 6502 is definitely easier. I think it's easier anyway. I think it just makes more natural sense. It's a little bit more readable. It flows a little bit better. I think Z80 can just look messy and scrappy, but just pick a console that you like. Go and read stuff online. I mean, join the Discord and ask. There's plenty of people in my Discord that know how to code for all these various systems. Just find one you like, download the tools. Most of the tools are free. There's good emulators for all of these systems, and just have a go at doing it. So Oh wow, that sounds bad. System 11. Just I can write a book about hand-on problems and keyboard use. About 20 years ago, and both of mine blew up so bad I couldn't even lift a glass of water or drive. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that is what's worrying me, because for me it's my job for a start. I need to use computers as my job, and it's my hobby as well. And if I lose that, I can't really do anything. If I'm not coding, I'm gaming. So I don't know what I do. I really don't know what I do. But I've seen people deal with worse. So I can't really start complaining when it happens. I just have to deal with it, as I suppose everybody does. All right, let's have a look. So if we want to animate a sprite, what do we want to do? So we want to tell it the sprite number that we want to animate. Now, we actually don't know the sprite number here, so maybe this is something we should be doing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do store X here, because the add sprite is going to return a sprite number in X. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create some values. So these values can be anything on any screen. It doesn't matter. Orb1 index, orb2 index. And this is going to make sure that we know what sprite numbers these are on. So we're going to assume here now we're going to pass X for the index here, because otherwise, because this is a macro, we can't just pass a memory address. Well, actually, we could pass a memory address in like this, but we may as well just load it. Let's make it explicit so you know what we're doing. So we're saying orb1 index animate sprite, orb2 index animate sprite. So we're not going to pass the sprite index into this, but what we are going to pass in is the timer here. Okay, so let's start by just using the frame timer system. So this will be 0, 1 for both. So this is a timer, and we'll start actually by pointing to the animation. So orb frame anim. So now we're pointing to an address. This is the index in here. So actually, we only need to animate one. Okay, so actually, this can be a lot simpler than this. This can be a lot simpler than this. Right, tell you what, I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, I'm going to do this. This can be a lot simpler. I think animate sprite really only needs to do this bit. It only needs to set the frame in here based on this. That's it. So it's basically doing this block here. This bit we can set ourselves when we're finished. So this is kind of this would be called like get animation frame. Basically, you're just going to pass in. I need to have a think about this because I want this to be really simple. I'm just not entirely sure how to do it, so I'm going to have a think about this. Right, back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I just want to catch up a little bit because I'm interested in what System 11 was saying about things. So, program from my CV. Microsoft, yeah. So Microsoft Ergo keyboards, I actually use at work. Now at home, I don't have an Ergo keyboard, which I probably should have, but I don't at the moment. So one of the things I had to do at work was take the arms off my chair, because I had issues with there's a nerve somewhere in my elbow. I can't remember where, in everybody's elbow, but I basically had to remove the arms off my chair because with my elbows resting on it all the time, I was trapping this nerve, and it was causing me real issues in my hand, especially this hand. I get a lot of problems with this hand. Uh, and use speech recognition as well. Oh man, that must be tricky to get. Oh, you use okay, so you use it for emails and stuff. Okay, man, that sucks. I feel for you. I really do feel for you. And I do. It's something I do worry about a lot. So, I assume it's going to happen to me at some point. Um, Said 9 months. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, it's unfortunately, if I take the arms off this chair, my chair will fall apart, so I can't really do it on this. But move my curtain over a little bit. I mean, I know that this chair is bad for me. I should get a different chair. And it's only really since I've been working from home the past couple of weeks that I've really noticed it. But I should probably change it at some point. So now I've got I've got this kind of back cushion thing that I have, which helps me kind of try and keep a proper posture and stop my back from hurting, because I get back pains as well. So something have to switch so I can get a new chair. Yeah. Anyway, right. So what do we need to do? So I'm trying to think logically about this. Essentially, all we really need to do is pass in the values for this bit, I think. And this is what I'm a bit worried about here. So we don't really need the index at this point. We don't really need the orb frame animation at this point. What we do need is to pass a pointer to our current frame, a timer, so 0, 1, and then a maximum number of frames. So here, so in fact, I'm going to do this by adding this in here, just so it's obvious what that I'm passing in there. Get animation index, this would be. Okay, and then that means we can now do this bit somewhere else. So let's see if we can reduce that now by turning this macro into the same that we did before. So let's go into screen macros. Get animation index. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're taking our frame pointer, or index pointer almost. It's called index pointer, yeah. Interval and limit. And then what we're doing is we're taking those values and doing this with it. So we're going to load the value in index pointer, and it gets stored back in index pointer. This gets compared to the limit here, and this gets compared to interval here. Okay, so now can we make this a function like this? So let's try doing that. Let's do because the aim that we're trying to do here is reduce the number of bytes it takes whenever we call this macro. So yeah, we do work in unhealthy ways. That's the problem, is we spent our entire lives working in a way that's just really, really like, uncomfortable. Small things impossible. Soldering. Yeah, see, that's another thing. I do a lot of soldering. Can't see it back there, but I've got a soldering station. I do a lot of surface mount soldering as well. And that would be, I know that's going to be impossible eventually. So I kind of want to get into a state where it's not going to bother me as much, but I don't know how to do it. That's the problem. Okay, so let's copy this into here. Let's see if we can think about how to do this. Okay. So we passed X in here through this. We wouldn't need any of this here. And that would already be in X there. Okay, so and if we load the accumulator with interval, then we can change this as well. Oops. So the accumulator is now interval. So if we do and with frame timer, put exit here. Okay, so now we've got that function working. Which means we don't need that. Okay, so we take the value that's in index pointer, we take the interval, and we jump into this function. We compare the interval with frame timer. If they're not equal, we jump to exit. We just exit here straight away. And then we would store X in index pointer. No, actually, we wouldn't even need to do that. Get rid of that, do that in here. Because if it hasn't changed, we don't need to return it. Otherwise, if we are in the timer, increase, compare it to the limit. If it's not equal, go to here. Yeah, this should be fine. Okay. So we've reduced that kind of timing thing down to what's this? 7 bytes. Okay, so let's give that a try. Let's see if that works. So we've reduced it down to 7 bytes from this, which is way more than 7. And what this is doing, this is updating this value here if it needs to update based on these values. So then it should be returned in X here as well. Yes, it's returned in X. Wait, hang on. Load X index pointer, store X index pointer. So yeah, so that should do the same thing now. But we no longer need the exit label. Okay, cool. So that's actually pass X for index. Turns updated index. So I'm going to put as many details as I can in here when I need these things. So returns sprite index here. X. So then the only other thing I need to do here is also like that. There we go. That should be reduced, and that should use the same. Should produce the same effect. All's gone well. Okay, something's gone wrong. Unknown symbol limit. Okay. That's because we're doing a comparison in here, but the value is actually passed in here. Okay, so we've got screen macro stuff in here. Where is it? Macro temp. So if we just store so it's still smaller by a couple of bytes, but store X index pointer. Okay, so we do need to store this when we come back as well. Actually, yeah, we do need to store it, so it needs to go there. Okay, so it has grown a bit, but it's not as bad as it was. It should still be smaller. And there we go, it's doing the same thing. But what we can do now is we can update this as well. So we could do, for instance, in this function here, I'm going to actually separate this here and call this len. Len equals, just to make that shorter. We could add ping pong in here as well, so it could go backwards and forwards. But we don't need to do that right now. But what I want to do is I want to apply this now to screen 7, was it, I think? So we're doing a similar thing in here. We're setting MSB, color, frame, and everything. But now we should be able to replace that with this, basically. Call this switch index because it's a switch index. So by abstracting as much of this out as we can, we're going to make this a lot easier to first of all, to read, and to also fit into that 57K, 16K that we've got. So I was just reading that there. 57012E, so 12E. This is cool. Color is set to 01, set to 01 there. Okay, so that's good. Okay, and the animation is kind of the same. See how we've got the same thing in here, but the timer is different. So all we have to do is grab the code for that in here. I'm just going to copy that whole thing. Okay, X is, we don't need to pass X for index. Don't think, hang on, let me just check in here. No, we don't. Okay, so that's unnecessary line of code there, and unnecessary. Keep that nice and neat. I just want to try and keep it as neat as possible, so when I go back and read this again later, it makes sense. I'm going to call it switch frame anim so it actually matches. And now our timer is 3. And our length is length, yeah. But instead of setting 2 things here, we're just going to set 1, which is our switch index. Here, switch frame anim, comma X. And this is color now instead. Which is all of this code now removed. And there you go. Look how much neater that is now. Should probably move all these things up to here, so they're kind of, this is all our extra guff, if you like. Keep them all in the same kind of place, so when we look at a behavior, we can say, oh, okay, this is where all the behavior stuff is, all the variables that go with this behavior. Are these labelled in here? I don't think they're actually labelled as separate. No, they're not. Okay. Yeah, and the map tables are filled to the end anyway, so might add something into to actually label these as well, so we can see how big each one is. But for now, it's fine. Okay, so this should work with the flashing red thing using the same system. Yep, so exactly the same as before, but now we're using a lot less memory for it as well, which is great. Cool. Okay, I'm not going to do too much more now. I think I'd like to add the explosions in now we've got that. So I'm just going to try and draw an explosion into our sprite list. Not that one. Where is it? This one. Projects, Cecconoid, assets, source. Okay, so some of this can be removed now, I think. I don't think we need much of this. So I'm actually going to clear these. I'm not going to, because we've already got ships in here and I don't want to mess around with the sprite positioning. So I'm just going to clear these. Control delete. Okay. I'm going to leave them in for now because they are things that do appear. I'm not sure what that is. I think that is the spirally thing. So I'm going to do it in here. I'm going to add an explosion in here. So in order to do that, I need to just have a look and see if I can find the Cecconoid code again on GitHub. I'm going to have a look at that sprite. Textures. Game. It's very bright. Okay, so it's... I don't think it's any of these, actually. Is it that, maybe? Let's have a look at it in slow-mo. Let's have a look what's going on. So let's have a look when he goes and shoots those things. Okay, that seemed to be like a half. I kind of think it is that, but I need to double check because I'm not entirely convinced that it's that. And certainly that's a lot bigger than one sprite, so it's going to have to be adjusted anyway. Sorry to turn your chat. No, it's absolutely fine. I'm always happy for people to share information like that, and it's really useful information. Don't apologize at all. I wish I could pay more attention to it, but unfortunately, I do have to kind of I do have to code a little bit. So I will be looking back through it though, definitely. Yes, I think it is these, but these have got some kind of edge bleeding going on, so they're a little trickier. But I think somewhere, I think Andy said somewhere in here the original pieces are in here as well. So I don't know, raw assets. Here we go. Sprites. Buddy, environment, block, environment. So I'm looking for explosion in here. Extra large explosion, extra large explosion. Yes, Whizball. Thank you very much for the 100 bits, Zendarek. Very much appreciated, dude. Okay, so there is. Oh god, I can't even see that. Where is it? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's draws a circle in frame 1. Medium explosion. Is there a small explosion? Maybe that's the one I need to start with. No. Okay. Medium explosion. Frame 1. Frame 2. In fact, which one did I grab? Medium explosion 2. So medium explosion 2. Frame 2. So it's just a 2-frame explosion. So a big circle with a smaller circle cut out of it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, maybe this. Okay, let me have a go at drawing this. So if this was a non-multicolor sprite, let's do it in white. So this needs to be whatever pattern I do. Oh, actually, isn't there tools for doing circles? No, there isn't. Damn it. Tools. I thought it was tools for doing circles. So that's kind of in the middle. So if I did 3 there, like that. That's not quite in the middle, is it? So let's center that. So let's move it down to. No, there we go. That's in the center now. Okay, so. Two is probably right, and 1. Yeah, that's 21 on each side. Okay, that's good. Okay, so that's a circle that's 21 on each side. So if I just move it quite out, in fact, it really doesn't matter if it's centered or not. I am going to fill it and then copy it so I don't ruin it. Where's fill? Oh, it's here. Okay. Oops, not that one. Oh, what have I done? There. Right, okay. So now I need to, on the second frame, I need to cut out a circle. So, and that seems to be lined up with the edge almost, but not quite. So, and it's probably 3 across here. So we do 3. No, it's not big enough. Okay, it's too small. I mean, too big. I mean, no, it's not big enough. It's not round enough. So that would need bringing up a bit. Let's try it. Let's have a look. Not quite. All right. Tell you what I'm going to do. Thanks for the follow, Rage 72380. Welcome to the stream, dude. What did the router say to the doctor? It hurts when I. Okay, I thought of the easiest way to do this. I mean, that's not a terrible joke, but it's not amazing, right? So this is probably a couple of on each side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shave down each side. And then I'm going to use that as a template to draw in the other one. So, okay, so let's get on this. Let's just shave down 2 on each side like that. So that means 2 would need to come off the bottom as well. Okay, and then to round this out, it's still not looking round though, is it? So 1 more on each side here. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. Okay, that kind of is round now. Right, so can I cut that out of here? That's the problem. I don't think there's an easy way for me to do that. Oh, hang on. If I do this, just not that. Sorry. If I do that, and then overlay, that's right. Make it transparent. Right, now I can move this around. Okay. I need to take just 1 off the edge here. So we'll just do this, and this, and then make it match. So no, that's wrong. I suck at art. I really wish I was better at this stuff. There we go. Right. So now if I move that down and across, up and across. And if I just get rid of a couple of pixels here. There we go. Oops. There we go. Right. Oh, and I copied the wrong bloody thing, did I? Never mind. There we go. That's close enough. Cool. uh, Seen stream pro. Yeah, it is. It is good. I wish I could watch more of it, but honestly, most of the time I'm either asleep or bloody streaming. So, but I do catch up on it when I can. Proton stuff is very good. Okay, that will do. I think for now. I'm going to save that project. I'm going to export those sprites. So I'm going to try and make these work in an explosion somewhere. So, sprites bit. There we go. Okay. So explosions. How do we want explosions to work? So explosions. Okay, explosion should probably just be its own little routine. So it's going to be part of the game loader. So let me sort the game loader out. Okay. Let's move this up to here because it's a common thing. So these are common. These are non-common. These are stuff that are in other folders. Okay, so explosions. Probably. In fact, there's only 10 minutes left. I might not do any more. I might call it there, actually, guys. All right, let's have a look at what we've got so far. So, and then I'll find someone to stream. So, what have we managed to do tonight? Okay, so we've got something that doesn't compile for a start. Oh, because the file doesn't exist. Okay, let me just create this file. Explosions.xm, yeah. And this is obviously going to have an init in here. And there's going to have to be a constant, which is explosions here, which is going to be constant max explosions. I'll set the basics up, but I'm not going to do the actual code. Maximum explosions. Probably not going to need more than 8, but probably need less. I'm going to put 4 in, actually. Don't think we need that many. No, I'm going to put 8 because I think there might be a few things going off at the same time. But I think 8. Let's use 6, actually. So there's going to be an init. There's going to be an update. And there's going to be an add. And there's going to be a clear all. That's kind of all we need here. So we just need the ability to add an explosion at a certain point and give it some kind of properties like size and position, the frames of animation to use, that sort of thing. And we need a clear all so that if we move on to another screen, those get cleared. Although they should get cleared anyway, but we need to probably remove them from the explosion list. Then we need to be able to add an explosion as well. Anyone else drinking? Yeah, actually, I've still got a bit of wine left. I'm going to finish the wine first. All right, we'll do the explosions because I need to finish the wine. Play a game. I'm not really in a gameplay mood. If I did, it would be Super Mario. I'm gonna do another half an hour or so. I'm on my last glass of wine now. So, in fact, I'll go for a quick break now. I'll come back. I'll do about half an hour, 40 minutes or something to drink this, um, and then I'll call it a night. I think. Can we have a raffle? Andy does them all the time. You're about to get one any second. I guarantee it. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. As a quick one, it's getting cold out there now. Who's going to win this? Oh, anybody bet on Turrican? Proud bet on Turrican. Acmafin as well, maybe. Oh, I should, yeah. Oh, you won 12. Acmafin, you cheapskate. Okay, so yeah, we're going to do the explosion. So let's just check that everything's still working. Just want to make sure it's all right. Okay, cool. So can we? It's all pretty good. I'm liking how this is working at the moment. We'll probably do scoring soon as well. I'd like to get the score going up. At the moment, it's just obviously it's just a hard coded value, but yeah, it's feeling really good actually. It's starting to feel like the game, so that's good. That's a good sign. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for. So it's starting to feel like the original, which is good. Okay, explosions. Okay, so in our loader in here, we're loading them in, so that's good. Let's have a look. How are we doing on memory at the moment? So we're not doing bad at all. Actually, we're taking about 8K for everything so far. It's not bad. Well, 8K for all the code. The map data is obviously separate, and the screen code is different as well. So, but 8K for all of this basically, which is not bad at all. Go Cecconoid. Cheers, and thank you for the bits. Yeah, go Cecconoid indeed. Okay, so let's have a look. Explosions, right? So what we're going to need? Let's create an array. Let's create an object. Call it data. And let's see. So we're going to need X. We're going to need XMSB as well. We're going to need Y. We're going to need a type, and we're going to need an index. The index is the index into the animation array for that particular type. There's only one type at the moment, so these will all be zeros. But let's just fill these now. It can be filled with zeros to begin with. Okay, so initialize is basically going to be setting all those to zero. Actually, initialize can be easier than that. It can just be clear all. And clear all is going to actually, it's a little bit more than just index. It needs to also be so this is an animation index, and then sprite index, because we need to know which sprite they're attached to as well. Otherwise our update won't know what to do. So we'll use, I guess we'll use type as 0 equals no explosion. Okay, and clear all just needs to reset all of these values. So load X with maximum explosions -1, decrease x, plus backwards there, and then so it's going to be data.x, x, xmsb, y type, and im sprite index. So xmsb. So obviously we need to do this because we need to make sure when we move between screens that these things get reset. Otherwise, we're going to get explosions from the previous screen appearing on the new screen. So they definitely need to be reset. Like so. There we go. Right. So that's our clear function. That's just going to make sure that this data structure is completely empty at this point. Okay. Then so to add. So what are we going to pass in here? Okay. So we're going to pass in an x and a y. Oh, we also need next free, which will start at 0. Although this, it doesn't really matter if I reset it, but I'm going to reset it anyway. Let's catch up on chat. I've missed a little bit of chat. I like how Akmafin picks tunes. He just types random phrases into the tune picker. It's kind of nice. we find some gems that way, so it's pretty good. Okay, so we need to load X with well, hang on, let's think about this. So let's create a macro in here. Actually, let's do add explosion. Okay, so add explosion is going to take an X and Y. And a type. That's all it needs to. That's all it needs to do. Okay. So then, how do we do add? So we need to make this as small as possible and try and offload as much into here as possible. So the way to do this would be to pass in the X and Y. Okay, well, the very end of this is going to be like this. The very end is going to be like so. And then, actually, we'll do Y. And then this would be multiplexer, get next free sprite, which is now going to be in X, so we need to transfer it to the accumulator. Okay, so that's going to set these up. So we need to know what the next free is. So that would be load Y with next free. And then at the very end, we can increase Y, compare Y to max explosions. Oh, that's going to be data. Capital D. There we go. Right, so that's going to set up these bits here, but we still need these bits. Okay. If I Okay, now X contains the index into here. Okay, so what we can do is this. So this is going to reduce this down. So this is going to set up our animation index to 0 and our sprite index to here, and then we can just add these values in then. So then it would be so X is now our index into that. So this would be things like this: explosions data.x, and that would be the accumulator with the lower part of X. Oops. So comma X, comma X, comma X. This would be Y here. Okay, so we're not saving an awful lot, but what we're doing is we're getting rid of this this kind of find the next sprite thing. Instead of doing this every time, all we're doing is we're just setting, we're getting the next value and we're using that to set everything. So this should be kind of fairly neat, I think. Okay, so that creates a type. And XY advances this, sets these up as well. Okay, cool. Explosion frames. Okay, so for now we're just going to put one thing in here, which is this one here. So this is going to be that's 5 0. So this is 4 2 and 4 3. So it'd be like that. Let's pad it out. Let's make it 8 frames, and then if we need to add more, we've got extra space to kind of play around with these animations a little bit then. And this is just a very basic system for doing this, but okay. Hey Booney64, how do you request a SID? There's a little button at the bottom, channel points. It costs 100 channel points to do it. And then just put the name of the SID tune in. If you know the artist as well, put the artist name in, or at least the first or last name. Oh, there you go. Proton's done it for you anyway. Thanks, Proton. Okay, right. So if we add an explosion, then it's going to get added, and it's going to actually have a value in type here, because you have to pass a type in. So you'll have to pass a type in of 1 for now, which will be our base explosion. We can expand this to more later date. The multiplexer doesn't deal with double height or double width sprites, so that might be something I have to add soon. I would assume I will do. Okay, so update. Okay, so this is going to be quite simple. We're just going to load X with max explosions -1. I'm going to put it in these brackets like this. I should probably do that down here as well. It's always easier to look at if it's in brackets. Same thing, I'm going to loop through them here. Like so. We'll call skip here because we may want to skip. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check the type. So we're going to check data.type, X. And if that's equal to 0, we're going to skip. That means there's no explosion currently to be displayed at this point. If, however, there is, then the explosion is active. So now we need to actually set the multiplexer to do stuff in here. So the first thing we're going to do, hang on, if the type is 0, okay, I'll worry about that in a minute. I think this is, it's probably all right. I can't remember what the multiplexer. Okay, so this is using 0 on the frame not to draw. Okay, so if the multiplexer, if the explosion is active, then the first thing we need to do is we need to actually no, we need to draw it down here, don't we? So we need to make sure we set it up here as well. Oh no, we can't because we don't know where it is. That's fine. The update will be fine. Okay. So in that case, we need to load data.x, store that at, and we need to load y with data.sprite_index, x, store that at multiplexer dot, of course it's lowercase d, of course I did that. I don't know why I do that. Make life difficult for myself sometimes. XB. Now we're setting these every frame because we may want to animate the explosion in some way. I don't think they do, and if they don't, then we can simplify this. But for now, I'm not worried about raster time. Raster time seems to be pretty good for this. So, so XMSB is color. Color should be filled with whites for now. Yeah, but I am going to set that anyway, just in case, because there is a case where we might have a sprite that's turned to red at some point. So just need to make sure that that is set. Frame. Okay. Okay, so we're using. Okay, so I'm going to have to use a global temp here to save the X out. All right. Store that in the global temp and load. Explosion frames. X. Do that at the end, actually. If I do that at the end, then I can. So what else do I need? Sprite index, no. Frame is this bit here, so it'd be frame. Color X plus XMSB. Yeah, that should be fine, actually. So the only other thing I need to do is I need to advance this number when I'm done. Feels messy the way I'm doing it here. Problem is I need the Y there. That's fine. It's not going to be too slow. It should be fine. I'll do this with Y. Just makes it a bit easier. So otherwise we've actually killed the sprite here, so we can just load it with 0, all that. Actually, we should do this at the beginning. We should do this at the beginning. Okay. So here, basically. So what we're checking here is if the current data index is at 8 at this point, here basically, if the index is at 8, then we're finished and we need to clear the sprite. Otherwise, we can set the sprite up like this. Oh, we will need to advance it at the end. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so let's do this clear first. Okay, so clearing would be, we need to set two things. So first of all, we need to set a type of 0. So that would be stored in data.type x. And we also need to, oh, yeah, it's starting to get achy. It's definitely starting to get achy, so I need to finish this soonish. So clear the explosion. We need to clear the type so that the routine doesn't use it anymore. But we also need to clear the multiplexer stuff as well. So actually, I'm going to grab that earlier. I'm going to grab that here because we do need that. And then I'm going to load the accumulator with 0, store that at multiplexer data frame. So we need to clear the frame, but we also need to set the Y position so that the sorting algorithm doesn't use it. So this is a data Y. There we go. And then we can jump to skip here. Actually, that can be branch from equal skip because that's FF, so that will work. Okay, so that will clear the explosion, and then at the very end here, we need to advance this value, this one here. I'm going to make these into a constant, actually, 0.8. So, actually, no, because it's. I'll probably update this to deal with multiple explosion types, but for now, this will be fine. This Y, compare Y, but if not equal, skip ahead. Otherwise. Oh, actually, we don't need to because we're doing this here. So, hang on, can I do? Yeah, okay, so I can just do this here instead. So I don't need any of that. Okay. Okay, right, let's. I mean, this is. Oh, actually, this isn't going to work because I can't pass those values in like that. So instead, I need to point at something. So I can pass a type in, but X and Y is going to have to come from something else. So let's have a look at what we're exploding. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Okay, so let's have a look. So when we call this, okay, we do need to pass this in as some shit. Okay, this isn't going to work like this. So the rest of it's fine, but the explosion adding is going to be wrong. And the reason for that is because we can't pass, these values are going to vary. They're variables. They're not going to be set. So these are going to vary, and we can't call the macro with a varying value in here. We can't pass a register in here. So instead, we need to pass something else in here. Just trying to think the easiest way to do this. That was very short, Moody. That's incredibly short. Yeah, for the most part, you can paste the link. There's a limit on what I've got downloaded because all these tunes are playing from my computer, so it just depends if I've updated with everything. But most of them are there. The HVSC ones are there anyway, at the very least. Yeah, that's not what you wanted. What did you get? Bonifacio Robert Bonifacio Delta Man. Okay. Yeah, it does its best to find it, but there's so many tunes there. It's really hard for it to pick one tune that matches. Okay, so the problem is I need to pass in three values here: data x MSB, data y. Type can be static. That's fine. Type can be static, but these values need to change, and we need to call this add function first, which is using all three registers, annoyingly. Actually, is it using gtemps up here? No, it's not. Okay. Okay. This is all right. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to store accumulator at gtemp1. Okay, like this, and then this is going to be X is going to be that one. Accumulator is going to be the upper byte, and that is going to be the lower byte. Okay, that will work. I'm going to call this, and then I'm going to create another version of this. Which is going to be a little bit different. And in this case, we're just going to pass in X and Y. And this is char coordinates. So what I then need to do, do it like this. Okay. And then I can shift to the left. So if I do 2, 4, 8. There's a roll gtemp1, so that's going to. Yeah, nothing will be on there, so carry will be clear. Then I can add the border in. And that gets stored here. And then I can load that and add 0. That gets stored there. And gtemp3. This gets multiplied by 8. Okay, this is becoming a lot of code, but it's fine because this is not going to be called in the screen code. This is going to be unique to certain things. So this will be 2. Okay, cool. So now we've got 2 systems for adding explosions. Right, that's a lot of code without running it. So let's have a go. let's have a go. So where have we got to do? We've got a destroyable in here, haven't we? Okay, so let's try adding an explosion in on one of these. It's the persistence remove. And this is actually creating a particle one. Okay, so this is clearing the piece here. Okay, so let's load Y, load accumulator. I don't think X is used at all here. Hit piece is in here. Y is still only used there. Okay, so we can safely call it here. Okay, so so what we're going to call is add explosion at char coordinates here. And we're going to go X, Y, and type. Okay, so type is going to be 01. And then our X and a Y is actually not going to be passed in here at all. Explosions. Okay, so XY, it's obvious, that one. Oh no, that's XY, sorry. This is X equals LSB X, MSB accumulator, Y equals Y. Okay. So add explosion to char corners. So we just need to set X and Y up for these now. Add explosion to char corners. Okay, so we already have our top corner here, so we should just be able to load X, destroy X, load Y, destroy Y. Okay. It's a lot of code. I have no idea what's going to happen there because we've done the whole thing here. If it even compiles, I'll be press. Yeah, it hasn't. Okay, explosions. Next free needs to be data. Line 100. Okay, a few more errors. Variable Y not present on line 48 explosions. That's a lot of code that I've written there without actually checking things. Wait, multiposter data Y doesn't it? Oh, it's Y POS. Of course it is. God damn it. All right. Consistency is terrible. Good night, Zendarek. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. It's probably good you've gone now because it's probably just about to go horribly wrong. In fact, I didn't see an explosion at all there. Okay. Yeah, just a reminder, guys, the book giveaway is tomorrow, so less than 24 hours from now, somebody will have won the books. There's a lot of tunes there. I wouldn't add any more because these are probably not... What the fuck is going on? I like that. I like how it said that. I'm going to put a breakpoint in here, just make sure this is getting hit. I have a funny feeling it's not being hit. Well, it should be being hit, so I am calling that function, but let's just have a look anyway. And let's see what values it passes in, and then we can probably step through and just see if it calculates the right values out the other end. Okay, so X and Y is 10, 15, which looks to be about right. So it's 10, 21, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's kind of correct. I mean, we shall state. All right, so I need to step through this. Where's my explosions gone? Here we go. So I just want to get through all the all the roles and stuff and see what values get stored in these locations here. Oh no, I know what's going on. God damn it! I've actually got to call the init and the update. I'm not calling the init, and I'm not calling the update either. So game loop init. So let's call. And then in here we need an update. I'm going to do it here with particles, because I think everything else beyond this point is fine. How do those little particles behind the player work? It was I did a stream, a dissect stream, where I talked about the particle system. Basically, it's 16 characters in the font. I can show you actually if I load it up in the debugger. Okay, I thought I could show you in here. I should be able to show you in here. Am I getting errors now? There we go. So if I go into the right screen, you'll see on this screen here. So this is the game, but this is the font that's being used. And so you can see these dots here. It's basically just using characters to draw the particles where it needs to draw them. If a particle passes through another particle, then it just shares a thing. But they also use for the explosions as well. If I can stop popping windows open, there we go. Oh, it's not gonna work because of my joystick setup. Hang on. There you go. So you'll see when I shoot, you'll see extra particles appear. So with the exception of the bullets and the decals, all the other particles are part of this. And those explosions seem to. Oh, okay. Something horrific went on there, but yeah, it's just using characters and using some dynamic update routine to make sure that they don't exceed the kind of raster time that they're allotted. Yeah, that didn't go well, did it? Let's see what the hell's going on there. I thought it was sprites. No, it's done with characters to kind of to save on the multiplex, because the multiplex is going to need to do insane number of sprites later on. In fact, I'm going to be doing a similar thing with sprites where I create a canvas of sprites, if you like, where they're required, and draw and plot things into those sprites rather than because there's a screen where there's about 60 sprites on it, and there's no way I can multiplex 60 sprites in the middle of a game. It's just not going to happen with all the other stuff that's going on. I mean, you could do it if it was outside of a game, but inside a game, no chance. Oh, I've got a breakpoint now, haven't I? Okay, just going to get rid of that breakpoint. Where did I put that breakpoint now? Here. So this is just doing it with the same thing with sprites is going to allow me to draw lots of tiny sprites within the same sprite. It's going to be a bit slower, obviously, but I think it will be fine. Proton's given me some ideas actually, watching his stream with the fast kind of blitting. It will be something like that, but to sprite memory instead of to screen memory or bitmap memory. Oh, that was interesting. See, it drew a sprite for every piece. Interesting. Okay, so that's the first thing I need to change. It needs to not do that. So where we actually hit the piece here, reduce hit points. Here we go. Find a match, reduce, exit without removing, exit and remove. Okay, exit and remove is this one here. So I should be able to just do this. An evil wizard. Yeah, how many hours still awake? Let's have a look. Oh my god, guys. Hayes is never awake. Hayes will wake up if I put Parasol Stars on, but that's it. Oh! I blew the screen into next week. Look at that. Okay. That's kind of funny what happened there. Okay, I'm going to put a break here because I want to know what values are being passed to that. It's obviously something to do with this routine. I'm pretty sure I've broken something in this routine here. I'm going to end soon, though. I'm nearly at the end of my wine. I'm managing to stretch wine out a lot further than I used to, which is good. Okay, X is 1A, which is 26, which seems about right. 21, that seems about right as well. But it does that to the screen, so there's something dodgy going on there. So let's go and have a look at that routine. Okay, so this is the routine. So I'm going to start by just putting some... I'm going to comment most of this out, and I'm just going to put some placeholder values in here. So let's get the placeholder values. So that would be this, this, and that as well. So these are the placeholder values. So I'm going to put 0 into the MSB, and I'm going to put 80 in the other ones. And then I'm just going to comment all of that out, except for the explosion add, and see what happens. It's coming along quite quickly though, this game. I must admit, it's not slow. Oh, and you see it drew the sprite in the right place that time. So let me get rid of that breakpoint, wherever the hell that is. Not here, it's in here now. So I think that's right. It's drawing the right values. The other thing I do notice as well is if the sprite is not removed, it should have a decal on it, really. So I'm going to just quickly do that while I think about it. So what happens is it does all of this and does this if it fails. So that, which I don't know where that's set up actually, but if that happens, hit piece, clear piece, not piece, clear piece, reduce piece. Here we go. Exit without removing, so we can do that here. Okay, so just to test that, that should give us decals until it explodes, and then it should stop giving us decals. God, this tune is long. Yeah, there we go. So it's giving us decals, then it explodes. And you see the explosion appear. So watch again, roughly where my ship is now. So the explosion appears in the right place. So obviously some value in here is going wrong. So let's split this into two halves. So let's start by doing the Y. So let's get rid of that one there. And let's see if we can set this based on the Y. Shifting to the left is times it by 8, so that's fine. We add 32 because we need to make account of the border at the top. And Y is in G-temp3, so that's fine. So let's see if this is at the right height, but not necessarily the right horizontal. So again, this should be at the right. It's going to appear, yeah. So it's appearing at the right Y height now, but it's not moving across in the X. So let's do the X. Okay, so I obviously made a mistake here. What am I trying to do? Okay, so I'm trying to multiply this value by 8. But this value could be 40 or it could be 39 even, which is going to take me over that value. So I need to set a low byte and a high byte. So this is my high byte at the moment, so I'm setting to 0, and then I'm loading gtemp2, which is my low byte, into the accumulator. So if I double that and then roll it into gtemp, double it, roll it into gtemp, double it, and roll it into gtemp. So now gtemp is my high byte, gtemp2 is my low byte, and then this should be okay. This should be fine. Let me just take the adds out and let's see if this works, but with a weird offset. Good night, Booney64. Yeah, I'm gonna go soon as well, I think. So I wouldn't add any more tunes now. I'm not gonna turn them off, but just wouldn't add any, because while they will get played on the next stream, they'll be played as soon as I start the next stream. Which actually may be before I hit start streaming, because they start as soon as my overlay loads. So okay, no, so that's breaking some stuff here. So let's have a look. What's that breaking? Okay, so we're not messing with the X register here. The X register should be pulled here, so it should be fine. XMSB shouldn't be anything other than 0 anyway. So let's just try, well, 0 or 1. So let's just try putting 0 in here. Maybe it's the XMSB that's wrong in here. For some reason, those data X and data Ys are doing strange things. Let's have a look in update. Yeah, I mean, they should be loading into the right places here. Multiplexer, XY, okay. But something is causing an issue here, which is why I'm thinking it might be that MSB. It's the only one I can think of that might cause problems. So that's why I'm just going to put 0 in it for now. Oh, no, that caused an issue as well. Okay. Okay, in that case, we need to look at what the values are that are coming out here. So it's not to do particularly with that, it's to do with what values are being passed in here, I think. So I'm doing this right. Shift to the left, yeah. So I have to think again whether or not I'm doing this the right way around. So I'm going to put breakpoint there, I'm going to put breakpoint here, and I just want to see what values end up in these. Because I feel like that is wrong for some reason. And I want to check the X value in here as well. Because why? Oh no, look, here we go. We're actually storing those values here. It just seems to be the act of doing this. Oh, I know what it is. These G-temps are being used somewhere else. That's why. Okay. 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 Fine. Fine. I don't like doing this, but I feel like it's happening more and more often. Oops. Yeah, it's going to be them. It's absolutely going to be them. sure of it. So that means something else somewhere, probably in our destroyable function here. Somewhere in here, we're using those values, and it's causing an issue. Probably in decals. I didn't know. Streams. Something somewhere we'll be using them. It's fine. Okay, now I can just move that code at the end here. Okay, this has become a big macro, but it's not going to be used in screen code, so it's not like it's going to duplicate 60 times. No, I'm going to call it a night. If this works, I'm going to call it a night. So we should have an explosion now that follows. Okay, it didn't quite follow. Oh, but it is almost. It is almost. Oh, because I didn't do the additional add here, so I need to do add 1A. There we go. So the only thing we need to add in here is an offset, and that offset is going to be related to which. In fact, let's put it in here, which will be this here. So this will be a horizontal offset, and this is just because the sprite on a 2x2 can kind of be where it is. That's absolutely fine. But on a 2x4, it just needs shifting over a little bit. But for now, we'll just set it to 0. Oh, pardon me. We'll just set it to 0 because it's we don't have that distinction between whether a 2x2 is exploding on a 4x4 at the moment. So a 2x4. So yeah, that's spot on now, and these should. Sweet. There we go. So let's go and blow some stuff up on the other screen. Good tune to finish on. You suggested this one. Steps. Well done, Steps. I prefer this as a theme to the other tune. Cool. And that means we've now got a system where we can do explosions and we can adjust them to how we need them. For now, it's just a single explosion, but we can have more if we want. And it's working with a multiplex, so it's pretty good. Cool. All right. I'm going to call it a night there. I'll use this last 50 seconds of this tune to find someone to raid. Cool. Thanks for joining me on this kind of unscheduled. Well, it was kind of semi-scheduled. I kind of had a feeling I was going to be doing it anyway. Oh, Zork's on. What's Zork doing? He's doing code of some kind. Let's go and raid Zork, I think. This stream is. I'm glad you enjoy it, Mr. Speaker. It's a little bit mental, but it's fun. So that's for sure. Right, let's raid Zork, because Zork, I think he's doing some kind of NES thing. I'm not sure. Cheers, guys. I will see you tomorrow at the normal time. So 9:30 UK time. Remember, it's the book giveaway tomorrow. So if you want any of the books from this spreadsheet, join the stream. Buy your tickets at 9:30. The giveaway will be at midnight UK time. You can buy up to 3 tickets, 2,500 channel points each. The winner will get to pick £120 worth of books from that list. Okay, cool. And I don't know where my raid button has gone. It's disappeared. Click on. Oh, it's there. There it is. Okay, cool. See you tomorrow, guys, and thanks for joining. Cheerio.